Thanks for the support!
Holy smokes, we're finally here. It's finally release day. Good morning, everybody. Happy July the 7th. Happy Western release of Trails into Reverie Day. Couple more hours, we'll be there. Yo, DC, thank you very, very much for the 22 months. I hope all is well. Nems, Limoncello, Filbert, Denathan, what's good? I hope everybody is well. We can, again, I didn't want to distract from the reading, so we can adjust music volume as necessary, although I personally feel like it sounds pretty good. I'll let you guys decide that. Elric, good morning. What's crack-a-lackin'? How's everybody feeling? How's everybody doing?
Acknowledged.
Hey, Alimenya, good morning. How are you? Happy time zones. Welcome in. Sounds okay? Good. Hey, is it Laffy Zalian? It's probably not right, but I'm trying. Thank you very much for the follow, bud. Welcome to Brutopia. Pleasure to meet you. Happy time zones. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Zally. Pleasure to meet you, Zally. I try really, really hard not to butcher people's names, but it's an inevitability. You know what I'm saying? It happens. Ethan, good morning. Notification, good morning. How's everybody doing? Allie's fine. Time for Peak Fiction. Can't wait. So, the game plan for today, as we've kind of gone over, we'll just go, like, we'll cover it again. Excuse me. We're going to do a live reading of 3 and 9. This is going to be a reread. We have it up on our YouTube channel over here. The first one, nice little cozy reading. But this, as it was stated to me before,
Thanks for the support!
Is, like, it is something that needs to be read before Trails into Reverie. Needs to be read. And, you know, if Falcom and Niso weren't marketing it to go along with Reverie, I would just probably not pay it very much mind. But, as a lot of you know, the stories that are created within the Trails universe, like the literature that you can collect and encounter, are fantastic. Dude, Navasa, thank you so fucking much for the gifteds. Holy mackerel, dude. Thank you for that. Let me get everything. Golly gee, thank you for the 9 gifted. Scode, Nightblight, Surfin' Frog. I'm just gonna say Ski Malak, Zeno, Atlas, me and Tempe, Scylla, Chrono, Hobbies with Jose, Shadow King, and Ed Tellish. Enjoy them emotes. Thank you very, very much, Navas. I appreciate it. Hoping despite no notification of shipping that it just shows up on my doorstep later today. DC, I hope so. Port, thanks, my guy. Scraith, what's good, dude? My favorite book in Trails is Jesus Christ, Who Dies Next.
Thanks for the support!
The Passion of the Trails, pretty much. Oh, I didn't turn off. Hang on. Let's move.
Thanks for the support!
Boop, Gonzo. Sorry. Port, good to see you, man. It's the only lifting to do a 3 bomb and a 9 bomb. Well, I appreciate it very, very much, man. You didn't have to.
Thanks for the support!
So, and also we'll go over this. There's going to be bot timers that will go off every so often as well. I can't stress it enough. Friends new and old. Obviously, there have been other ways to play Trails into Reverie. I chose to wait it out.
Thanks for the support.
I appreciate everything in the people behind the scenes for the Zero Field team. They did and have done tremendous work for their overlay program to use for Hajimari no Kiseki. But I personally, I'm very attached to the English voice acting cast, so I decided to wait it out. But I digress. Please. No sport. Like, I don't want to talk about Reverie. I don't want to I don't want to theorycraft. I know I have seen 3 screenshots, and they were like official artwork for like the guys. So, but I haven't seen any trailers. I know nothing about it. So I'm trying to go about this, as we often do, as blind as possible. So I will ask now and continue to ask politely. Obviously, I'm not some fucking dictator, but please, let's just try and keep foreshadowing, spoilers, any of that jazz at bay. Pretty please. If mods end up deleting something in chat, please, I can't stress this enough, don't take it personally. It's I don't want you to be discouraged from chatting or being excited for the game, but you know, a lot of people around here, especially mods, they know how I like to go about a playthrough. So if they deem it as something that is potentially riding that line of spoiler foreshadowing, it gets deleted. Again, please don't put any stock in that. Nobody's upset with you. There is no love lost. Again, don't let it be a discouragement. It's just to kind of like protect my playthroughs. That's all it is. We are still in the midst. We're doing a raffle later on this afternoon. Once we finish the reading of 3 and 9, once Reverie releases, we'll have to download it. That we've been doing for seems like fucking forever. You still have time to purchase your raffle tickets if you would like. You use a channel currency called Mira. We use it through Stream Elements, so it's different from channel points that you get on Twitch. But they're accrued the same exact way. It's just over time, you just accrue them naturally. Each raffle ticket is 500 Mira. Your first ticket is free, so if you click the public link that your roast just dropped, or at any point in time you would like that link dropped, if you enter ! giveaway in chat, you can go there, you can get your first free ticket, or you just enter in chat ! ticket. The bot won't tell you that you got your ticket, but you did. It's for a Steam digital copy of Trails into Reverie, so whoever wins, we'll get in contact after the raffle before we get things underway. If we have to be friends on Steam, I'll get it sent to you. That's the whole shebang-a-bang. Aaron, good morning. I'm here to celebrate Reverie's launch with you. It's a pleasure to have you here. It's a pleasure to have everybody here. To everybody that is going to be embarking on their next Trails journey, their next Trails adventure, I seriously, man, from the bottom of my heart, I hope you enjoy every last second of it. Enjoy. Okay, so I think we're gonna get started. Honestly, I have no idea when and where this takes place, and I haven't even touched Cold Steel 3 and 4. Almost certain I didn't complete. This takes place at the end of Cold Steel 4. This is what essentially is like Trails into Reverie. Essentially, is Cold Steel 3 and Crossbell 3, Cold Steel 5. Walter, you're gonna have to chill out, my guy. You fucking meatball. You're blocking my light. Can you move? So it's Reverie is definitely gonna be super duper spoiler territory for you, Port. Wrap of essentially Cold Steel and Crossbell. Yep. You can only have a maximum of 500 tickets as well for the raffle. There's a maximum, so sorry. That's it. What's good? We're cozy, we're vibing. Dog fits into the background so well. Yo, Zally, believe it or not, behind like the display capture that we have for 3 and 9, you know what? I'll show you because I think it's funny. There it is. There's somebody else's dog. It's just not Walter. But this is through Wallpaper Generator. Absolutely fantastic. We use this when we do cozy readings. It's really good. So I don't know whose dog that is, but thanks. You guys did a great job. Hope you enjoy the ride. It's a great ride. Looking for all your reactions. Ichigo, good to see you, man. And again, I want to remain here for a while longer, but I still need to catch up with the series. I'm still in Cold Steel 1. Gonna beat the whole Erebonian arc first. Hey, Aaron, enjoy it, dude. For real. Savor every minute. And also, again, for the raffle, if you want to see like what your balance is, if you drop that public link, if you do ! giveaway, you click that, it'll show you all of your tickets. It'll show you how many you have. Anyone who hasn't played all of Cold Steel, be aware this is going to spoil essentially everything, I'm going to guess. Not 3 and 9, but Reverie, I feel like you would be in deep waters with no context. I won't play this until I go through all the games. Port, very smart. Smart port. Louis, what's up, my guy? How are you? Honestly, I don't mind at all. I still enjoy it all the time. I know you enjoy this more than anyone I've seen, and it makes her a good watch. Well, thanks, man. I don't think I enjoy this more than anybody, but I know I enjoy it quite thoroughly. It's become a big part of my life. Like, as corny, as cheesy as it sounds, but it's true, man. Like between like Trails and now, you know, like the Xenoblade, the Xeno universe, it really just has like set this bar for storytelling and character creation, the likes of which I'd never experienced before Trails. And a series like Trails where the continuity of the storytelling in the world and the characters and even like everything that goes into the NPCs, like it's really it's something crazy. It's wild, man. It's an experience for sure. Scraith, thanks for the lurk, dude. Since I'm still in Trails in the Sky 1, dog, enjoy. 16 stories, damn well epic, on par with Trails, in your opinion? All right. All right, I've heard a little bit of everything, Ichigo. I've heard stories meh, I've heard stories epic from you. I think it's just like anything else, man. It's gonna be, you know, what clicks with you. I'm about a third through Reverie in Japanese, so I'm hoping to stick around till you catch up to me. Zally, I'm so envious. I know a couple of people that have gotten their physical copies early somehow, some way, so I'm just... Holy mackerel, I'm envious. Dark Fantasy Realms, I love you, bub. Good morning. Happy Reverie Day. Hey, Aaron, enjoy your day, your night. Happy time zones. Enjoy your weekend. As someone who does game dev and has had to map out story amounts and connection stuff, Kiseki is actually insane with how much connects and how well it does. Can't buy the full game right now, though. I know. For digital, still gotta wait. Playing the waiting game. Must have muted all manner of phrases on socials. Oh, dude. So Port, as I was playing through the entire series, so for context, we played through the Sky Trilogy, Crossbell Duology, through Cold Steel, so we did it in that order. And I had had everything. So every time I would finish an entry, I would unmute it. So I would, you know, finish FC, unmute it, finish SC, unmute it. So it was like all this new info and interactions with fans and with people of the series. Like, I would get to, like, talk more about it. And so now here we are, and after we finished up Cold Steel 4 last year, unmuted that, and that was like a tidal wave of, like, holy smokes, man. Can actually talk about this stuff now. You know what I mean? So, it's crazy. It's so good. Had to get up early because AC is hopeful. Dude, Dark Fantasy Realms, I hope it is, dude. For someone starting this series for the first time, do the old Legend of Heroes series PSP ones have anything to do with the mainstream titles? No, they don't. That is that's the Gagarv trilogy or the Gagarv saga. Completely different, and if you asked a certain Ocean Gale, love you, brother, the PSP ports of that game are hot garbage. For his words, not mine, paraphrasing, for sure. He is not a fan. He is not a fan of the localization that they did for the Gagarv trilogy, or the Gagarv series, rather. The Gagarv arc, whatever. If you can find it, it's untranslated in Chinese on PC. There are ways to play it in 480p, I believe, but has nothing to do with, like, modern day Kiseki Trails. Mystic, happy Trails release. Hot garbage indeed, can confirm. I'm in two minds about whether or not they should have dropped the Legend of Heroes part in the title by now. It's something that, you know, just as a fan of the Legend of Heroes, of Trails, it's something I would like to experience. I would like to play all of the games. I don't want to out him too much. Ocean Gale has been working tirelessly for a passion project of his in translating them on his own time. It's something that I get to enjoy and live vicariously through his hard work. I hope eventually they find some way to get them translated or to get them ported to PC or modern consoles. I know it's probably a super pipe dream, but just for, you know, pre-modern day. How would I even say that? Pre-modern day trails, right? Like that's, I want to experience it. I don't know why I dropped off of the Trails hype, but I remember getting hooked after the ending of Trails in the Sky FC. Yeah, I couldn't stop playing. Yeah, Mystic, we've already read 3 and 9, but I feel like it's a perfect segue as we wait. Yeah, like, because I'd be going stir crazy. Like, I already mowed the lawn the other day. I already cleaned the tub. I just did dishes. Had breakfast, brewed coffee, like, you know what I mean? I did all my adult stuff, my grown-up stuff, and I feel like this is a perfect segue, because we'll probably do this in about 3 or so hours. Maybe we'll take a lunch break, or maybe we'll just do the raffle after we finish 3 and 9, because, you know, once Reverie hits the Steam store, and we're gonna have to download it, we're gonna have to wait for that too, so... yeah, so it's a rereading. All day. This is an all-day Friday stream. We'll be on all day. Reverie, once it gets downloaded, we'll be on till around 5 p.m. Eastern time. Because I, like, as much as I would like to just go all day, all night, like our usual, for new friends here, our usual time slots are, we're live Monday through Friday. Monday through Thursday, we're usually on 9 p.m. Eastern, till usually midnight. Friday mornings, we start around 8:30 a.m., and we usually go till 2, 3, excuse me, sorry, breakfast. Around 2 or 3-ish, right around there. This was going to be an exception where it was going to be an all-day thing, but I'm not going to be able to make it work in the sense that Mrs. Neo and Youngblood will be home around 4:30, 5 o'clock. So then we're going to have our family time, the usual, and then we'll be off for the weekend. I'm going to start the game and not be able to play it again until Monday. I know. I know. It's, but you know what? We're off all day Monday. So on Monday, another rare exception. Might as well just cover this now. Monday, I'm off from work. I took it off. We're going to be playing all day. So it's legit going to be an 8:30 to 5 all day live stream Monday. It's going to be all fucking day. So it's going to be good. We won't have our normal time, 9 p.m., but we're going to, we'll be on all day, dude. Cold Steel 4? Excellent. It was very good. Fragments might be up there as one of, like, the best experiences I've had in fiction. Fragments fucking, just absolutely epically good. Zach, good morning, brother. How are you? Speaking of somebody going through Cold Steel 4 right now, if you guys, please, go follow Zach. He's been doing the same thing, man. He's been rolling through the series. He's just into Cold Steel 4 now. Definitely check him out. He's a great dude, great person, great experience. Hey, Walter, what's up? You already took a shit. You had breakfast. I don't know what else you want from me. Fragment's kind of good. Remember, give us headphones more? Dude, I don't know. Like, that's the thing. Disclaimer, I get really loud. And it's not part of some shtick. I don't act any differently on camera than I do off. It's just a matter of the experience and emotion just kind of takes over, and you know, I get excited, man, and I'm like a fucking little kid on Christmas, dude. Headphone warning for the entire game. Loud is one of your tags here, to be fair. It's true. It's very true, and I did that. But I feel like I should also make a disclaimer too. just so everybody knows. It's not something I do for show. Again, like, who you see here, who you get here is who you would get off stream if we bumped into each other somewhere. This is just me. The excitement takes over, and I can't really control, you know, my emotions. I can control my emotions, but it translates into excitement or crying or anger, like, you know, normal emotional reactions. Had a friend who accidentally skipped the cutscenes at the end of Fragments, and oh no! Speaking of which, what are the rules about spoiling the previous games? We can talk about previous games. We can talk about previous games for sure, but I don't want that to segue into discussing anything Reverie or Kuro related. Because, again, I haven't seen anything about Reverie other than the cover art, and like 3 pictures. Reminds me I need to unmap the auto skip button. I've bumped that dude, auto skip button, I don't know why it's a thing, but that's something we're definitely going to get into. That's something we're going to get rid of. During Reverie, it'll be fine. Hey. Zach is, I believe, in Chapter 2. Legit teared up when they announced SO2 remake. Right on, dude. Yeah, it's something that's one to look forward to. He is in Act 2. Okay. I think we're gonna get things underway. Does that sound good to you guys? Ohana, have fun in Reverie. I'm excited for everyone. Same, dude. Good to see you. Out of curiosity, now that we're here at the end before we start, hold on. So out of curiosity, now that we're here at the end before the start, oh, what is your hypest moment of Cold Steel? Jesus Christ, man. I think the most profound moment for me personally, no, I can't talk about it. It's in Cold Steel 4. I can't talk about it. Zach hasn't been there yet. No, it's okay. Spoil away.
Acknowledged.
I'll be, oh, dude, I have no idea. Sorry, it's untranslated. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to Brutopia. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'll stop paying attention. I don't want something limiting their stream because no. I try to accommodate everybody, dude. I understand everybody's at different points. There's a spot that happens in Cold Steel 4 where there's a large collection of people aboard a flying thing. And when I say that there's a lot of people, there's a lot of people. Many of you probably know what I'm talking about. That it was just the culmination of everything. It just literally the culmination of everything. Not everybody was there, but it was just such a heavy and profound moment for me. That's probably my favorite. At a very specific part of Zemeria, perhaps. Cannot wait for Zach. I can't either, Dark Fantasy Realms. Big time. Most profound moment of Cold Steel for me is either the whole of the Cold Steel 2 act, 3 onwards, or the Cold Steel 4. Dude, Cold Steel 4 credits. Primo. Yeah, Zach's in for a ride. I love watching Zach go through it, dude. It's great. It's a wonderful experience. Hey. Hey. What are you doing back there? Quit licking them paws, bud. Okay, so I think we'll get rolling. Rip roaring, ready to go. Do some reading. He's back there. He's behind the chair. He's being a rascal. Again, we'll just double check one more time before we get going. Music levels, okay. Rainy sounds, is that okay? Sounds great. Good. It's a nice little vibe of a track. Enjoy the read. I may have a nap since it's almost midnight and I want to not pass out watching. All right, dude. Denathan, get some rest, dude. My last moments with Neil for what? No, Zach, that's a lie. Maybe it's your last moment here for a while, but I'll still be seeing you, big guy. No issues. Good, good. Just want to make sure everybody's good to go. Lower D, my guy. Good morning. Happy time zones, dude. All right, let me, because I'm going to, there we go. Can we, no, is that not going to work in my favor? Can I still, no, I can't, huh? All right, so hang on. We're going to, let's adjust that to up there so I don't miss anybody. Okay. 3-9 is my favorite Trails book, but admittedly, it's the only Trails book I've read in full. Dude, Zally, again, shameless plug. Right here, we have a couple of cozy readings in their own playlist. We've done Carnelia and Red Moon Rose along with 3 and 9. Eventually, we'll get some more in there. Tomatonio, you know what I mean? Some of the good ones. But in case you're interested in a good listen, I'm trying to house all of the excitement in my belly, in my core right now. I'm going to do my best to take my time I'm going to try not to get ahead of myself words-wise, articulate, speak clearly. So, we're going to take it from there. Sound good? Sound good. All right. A single passenger ship of prodigious size lay anchored in a port town in the northeast of the Principality of Remiferia. Extravagantly crafted from top to bottom, a single glance was enough to discern its intended clientele, the privileged few among society's upper crust. True to appearances, the passengers boarding the vessel that day most certainly fit the bill, each smartly dressed and adorned with conspicuous opulence. And we're also going to mute that while we're at it. Even among such guests, however, two stood out. A young lady possessed of regal air and the butler at her side. Judging from their dress, behavior, and linguistic register, they suited the setting to a prim and proper. The single factor that set them apart from the other guests was their ages. Neither looked to be much older than 12 or perhaps 13 years old, making them mere children in the eyes of most. Just one moment, my lady. The young butler labored to keep pace with the young lady as he dragged a large suitcase behind him. Despite this, she continued to stride forward, not slowing her pace in the slightest. Exhaustion creased his weary brow. His attire was proper, as befitting his station, but his unkempt hair, grown out long enough to completely obscure his eyes, was another story. On top of that, everything about his demeanor screamed that he was timid and weak of spirit. "Snap out of it, you dullard," the young lady brusquely shouted, now several paces ahead of the struggling boy. "If you can't make those legs move any faster, I'll cut them off and feed them to the hounds." She continued to increase her pace while assailing her butler with an unending string of contemptuous words. Her arrogant, haughty demeanor stood in stark contrast to her graceful appearance. Dressed in a lovely black frilled dress, her blue eyes shone like a pair of sparkling sapphires, and her twin pigtails curled slightly in perfect arcs. Most eye-catching of all, however, was the 50 reg stuffed bear she held close to her chest. Though it was large enough to draw attention, it did not look out of place in the arms of a girl such as her. "Ah, please, my lady, forgive me." In response to the girl's tirade, the boy miserably sputtered excuses and breathlessly pled for leniency as he summoned his remaining strength to pick up his pace. After a not insubstantial trip, the two finally arrived at the ship's boarding gate. "May I please see your invitation and boarding passes?" the crew member working the gate asked, smiling politely. Up close, the ship was even more opulent. A prized possession of the Verne Company, its main route was between Remiferia and the Calvard Republic via Lamelin Bay. For this particular trip, the entire ship had been reserved for one Halder Barn, a wealthy merchant from Calvard. Passengers hoping to board required both a standard boarding pass as well as an explicit invitation from Mr. Barn himself. However, as each invitation included the room information for the guest in question, the boarding pass was strictly a formality. "Gray," the girl called the boy by name and gestured with her hand, implicitly ordering him to present their credentials. "Yes, milady. What do you require of me?" the boy asked, having completely failed to grasp his employer's unspoken instructions. "You cannot possibly be this dense, you stupid worm," she snapped. "Silence! The invitation and the boarding pass, now!" "Right away, milady." The boy began busily rustling through the contents of the suitcase, frantically searching for the requisite papers. Yet, his haste quickly proved to be his downfall, for no sooner had he located the pass than a sudden gust of wind blew past, tearing the paper from his hand. "Oh no!" he exclaimed. The boy instinctively threw his arms out, stretching them to their physical limit, but his efforts were in vain. The boarding pass fluttered down to the bottom of the harbor, coming to rest gently on the water's surface. As though that wasn't bad enough, misfortune continued to hound the boy as a number of silhouettes swiftly appeared beneath the waterlogged document. A school of fish jumped into the air with a splash, spraying water all about. They then descended back into the harbor's depths, taking the hapless butler's boarding pass along with them. No! The boy's grief-stricken cry resonated throughout the harbor. Trembling with fear, he turned to face his master, prepared for an eruption of anger followed by a vicious tirade of abuse. Yet it did not immediately come. The girl simply stood there in silence. She stared long and hard at the boy, her face betraying no expression whatsoever. After what felt like an eternity, she spoke. This was the calm before the storm. The boy began spitting out apologies, tripping over his words as his voice grew weaker by the second, like a short-circuited radio warbling its death knell. His body seemed to shrink, and his shoulders slumped like a criminal awaiting judgment. "You're absolutely useless!" The girl's anger finally burst forth in one violent blast. Despite the ferocity of her exclamations, she managed to save enough breath to launch a sharp kick at the boy in the same moment. The well-aimed strike sent the boy flying farther than her petite frame would suggest was possible. He seemed to hang in the air for a brief moment before resuming his journey downward off the edge of the pier, reaching a frigid end as he broke through the water's surface with a splash. As soon as he returned to his senses, he began violently thrashing his arms about, pleading for aid between coughing up mouthfuls of cold water. "M'lady, please help me," he begged, his thrashing growing more desperate and frantic. "You're going to find that pass, and I mean now. You're not leaving that water until I see it in your hands." "But I can't swim," he blurred, as his head began to slowly sink beneath the surface. "I'm well aware. Please, His words were cut short as his lungs filled with water and the rest of his head bobbed below the surface. His thrashing ceased and his silhouette grew faint as he quickly plummeted downward to the bottom of the bay. With the situation having reached an unacceptable level of risk, several onlooking crew members ran over to rescue the waterlogged butler. The moment the boy made it out of the bay, however, the still enraged girl tried to kick him right back in again. "Miss, please, you must calm down," the crew member at the gate said, trying to pacify the young noble. "How? How can I be calm about this? My father wasn't able to attend, so I am here in his place. There are important business discussions taking place on the ship that I cannot afford to miss. And now, thanks to a certain someone's rank incompetence, that is exactly what is going to happen." The girl gave the boy a menacing glare so virulent it could have stripped the paint from the entire vessel. "Tell me, Worm, how exactly are you going to take responsibility for me being unable to board?" Though the boy was still coughing and violently spewing water, his already pallid face managed to lose what little color remained in it upon hearing those words. Feeling pity for the boy, the gate attendant stepped in. The boy moved to comply with this request, but was stopped dead in his tracks by the girl's menacing scowl. She produced the invitation herself and roughly shoved it at the attendant. The attendant read over the paper, then went through the list of names on the guest list. This invitation is for Baron Chris Reinhardt, who I can confirm is indeed on the guest list. But I presume you two are his daughter and her attendant? You presume correctly. I am Baron Reinhardt's eldest daughters, Celia Reinhardt. The gate attendant made a respectful bow before continuing to speak. Then there will be no need to further concern yourself with the matter of the boarding pass, Miss Reinhardt. You may proceed. Oh, we may? Strictly speaking, a decision of this nature required approval from a higher-ranking employee, but in this case, the gate attendant decided that swift action was the best way to provide a peaceful solution to the rapidly worsening situation at hand. It seems as though you'll live to ride another day, you useless worm. Count yourself lucky. The girl boarded the ship, still staring icy daggers at her butler. He dragged their luggage on after her, still wheezing and dripping wet from the events of the past few minutes. He effusively expressed his gratitude to the gate attendant as he passed, receiving a sympathetic smile and a few words of encouragement. Having finally boarded the ship, the two youths immediately headed to their rooms. Their pace was quick, as though they already knew the way, and not a single word was exchanged between them as they briskly walked down the halls. When they arrived, they gave the room a quick yet thorough search. Infiltration complete. The girl broke their silence, suddenly speaking in a sleepy drawl. Her eyelids drooped as she let out a mighty yawn, not a trace remaining of the tense, high-handed young lady from only a few moments ago. I'm beat, S. Think I'm gonna take a nap. She tossed her plush bear onto the bed and immediately launched herself after it. She dove under the covers with childlike exuberance befitting someone her age, perhaps even younger. In contrast to her whimsical new demeanor, the boy remained completely expressionless. Don't let your guard down, the real mission begins now. His voice was alarmingly calm and terse, As he brushed aside his bangs, still wet from the frigid water of the harbor, his now visible eyes were cold and sharp. Beneath that, however, was a gleam of a hunter fixed on its prey. Each and every reg of his body exuded composure. The flustered, stammering butler from before was nothing but a memory. Though the girl's transformation was strange, the boy's sudden shift in personality was nothing short of jarring. That really was your best work out there, S. It wasn't your best work out there, S. Far from it. She spoke nonchalantly, rolling around the bed as she critiqued the boy's performance. He remained silent for a moment before speaking, almost as though he agreed with her assessment, at least in part. It didn't affect the mission, but you overdid each and every reaction. It's not easy to match that without seeming unnatural, you know. You hammering it up like that made us stand out more than we needed to. Despite her words, the girl's half-hearted tone took the bite out of her criticisms. These were the duo's true personalities. The upper-class young lady and her bumbling butler making a spectacle at the boarding gate were simply elaborate pageantries, acts necessary for gaining entry to the ship and nothing more. Any other method of infiltration might have raised suspicion, endangering their mission. Thus, they chose to board under false identities. They had made clever use of the organization's info network beforehand, ascertaining which of the invitees would be unable to attend. Armed with this bit of intel, they created their personas. The invitations required for boarding were printed out on high-quality paper, but ultimately differed only in name. Using the same layout for each invitation was the logical choice for a merchant looking to pinch Mira wherever possible. Logical or not, that particular decision had made the necessary forgery a walk in the park. The boarding pass, on the other hand, was a different story. The Verne Company was known to employ cutting-edge technology to prevent forgeries. Attempting to use a fake pass to board was an act accompanied by a considerable amount of risk. This is why the two engineered the dramatic performance that took place on the boarding gate. The boy dropping their boarding pass was, of course, an intentional act. Both the gust of wind and timely group of fish were the result of a battle orbment the girl had kept hidden in her stuffed bear, a clever method she had used many times in the past to cast arts unnoticed. All of their hard work had paid off. The infiltration had gone exactly as planned. It was yet another successful operation for the boy. known as the Three of Swords, and the girl known as the Nine of Swords, in their life as professional assassins. It's so good, dude. Because man, oh man. Kazu, how are you? Watching the stream while playing Reverie? Enjoy Reverie. Sorry, everybody. Once I get into reading mode, I kind of don't focus over here with everybody, so I apologize. I don't mean to be rude for sure. Barbecue is awesome. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to Bootopia. Glad to meet you. Happy time zones. Happy Reverie release day. Chicory, how are you? Will I be playing Reverie? Yes, we sure will. That's why we're reading 3 and 9. The collector's edition of Reverie comes with a physical version of 3 and 9. It sure does. It'd be so cool if Falcom took the merchandising opportunity to print these in real books. Ah, yes. Okay, sorry. I should have read first and then read Phil's. But yeah, Zally, the collector's edition comes with a physical copy of 3 and 9. Ultimate Blade, good morning. Happy time zones, dude. Sky, how are you, dude? Thank you very, very much for the 24 months. Dude, we got a 2-year-old. What's good, compadre? Hope you enjoy Reverie later. Still trying to figure out the situation with my limited edition. And I don't want to turn this into like a Nisa bashing experience, but like, what a shitty time for them to change around their whole store. Like a week before, arguably a very large release for fans, and they're just like, you know what, let's just change up the storefront. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? That was so dumb. I'm gonna hydrate. First, you need to actually get the collector's edition, which seems like a toss-up at this point. Awful. All right. A week before launch and right before a national holiday, the timing is impressively bad. Where are they out of? I think somebody had said it last night. They were located in California, but now they're located in Texas. Alex, good morning, dude. Yeah, it seems like a very silly move that they were to change it up now. Ankle pop. Let's get everything prepped. Chapter 1, Chapter 2. We'll wait. We'll catch up. You know, we've got time for sure. I just got to keep an eye on the clock so I don't. Yeah, 9:15. And there are going to be the periodic checks of Youngblood's daycare app because we get pictures of them all day, so I always check. It's just my thing. Homie took a 2-hour and 15-minute nap yesterday. I need that. Releases at 1 p.m. Eastern. Yes. So you got 3.5 hours. We're good. Take it comfortably. Take it fun. Take it dirty glasses. Gross. I kept seeing this glare, and it's because there's probably some Walter snot that's just like, you know, reflecting light poorly. Thanks, dude. Belly full of hard-boiled eggs, some coffee, we're good, dog. Part of a balanced breakfast, some lemon water, we're good. This will probably be... This may be like my one-and-done coffee for the day. I know that sounds like blasphemy coming from me, but I need to stay hydrated. It's already hot down here. It's gonna be hot. 1 p.m. Eastern, that's the same time their support number hours open. Oh, they added chapter 10. Cool beans. Perfect. Good, good, good. I didn't even notice, actually, because... Chapter 9. See, I had refreshed the page earlier, and I didn't see chapter 10. So I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just on my end. Operator error. I mean, unless they just added it now. Yeah, there's the refresher. That's probably what it's going to be. Yep, chapter 10. Beautiful! All right, friends, we're good to go. Good to go. Holy hell, will Neo be awake in 3 hours to stream Reverie? Arcase, you bet your sweet bippy. I'm gonna be awake all fucking day. All day, all night. Holy shit. All right. Chapter 2. We ready to rip roar? Ready to go? G2G, good to go. Hold on. One more. Move it, microphone. that inadvertent gleek you get a little bit sometimes from your tongue. The lemon. It's the lemon skill issue. Dog, come on. Yep, okay. At its scheduled time, the ship departed. As he watched the shoreline shrink into the distance, Three of Swords spoke in a cold, flat voice. Target presence confirmed. Have we pinpointed enemy positioning? Is our route prepared? Yep, we're good to go. The young girl known as Nine of Swords stood behind the boy, answering in a relaxed drawl, the polar opposite of her partner's icy tone. Having been dispatched by the organization, the two laid the groundwork for their mission: the assassination of the man responsible for this voyage, the wealthy merchant Haldor Barn. The organization was not particular about how they dealt with their targets, whether in swift silence or via raucous violence. Their only real concern was making sure they did not draw the attention of the Bracer Guild or the local police. As a hard rule, 3 and 9 would always select the most efficient method available to them. In this case, their mission was to prevent the ship from arriving in Calvard with Haldor still alive on it. Haldor had strong ties with Heyue, a sizable criminal organization in the Republic. Should he safely make it to his destination and take refuge under their protection, his extraction and subsequent elimination would prove an exceptionally difficult task. Aside from the engine area, the ship had 3 main floors. The lowest housed a considerable number of general passengers. Naturally, this was where 3 and 9's room was located. The second floor contained a hall used for parties, banquets, and meals, as well as other such events. Finally, the third floor featured luxury rooms prepared specifically for noble use. At present, however, the entirety of the floor was reserved by Haldor, who was enjoying the comforts of the room in the farthest back. 3 and 9 put their equipment and tools in order, and they sprang into action. Their plan was to head to the hall on the second floor, but not before leaving a little gift on the first. The hall would be packed with passengers once dinner service began. Given that only the ultra-wealthy and those with noble status were in attendance, the menu was likely to be suitably extravagant. Yet once they arrived, they found that Haldor had not elected to appear, an act of caution perhaps. This was expected, however, and the two took their planned positions in a central area of the room. It's time. Three's quiet murmur was immediately followed by the din of an explosion from the floor below. The passengers began to panic, but their fear slowly subsided to uneasiness as security personnel deployed and headed to the first floor to investigate the situation. In truth, the explosion had been caused by a small makeshift bomb that 3 and 9 had planted in an unoccupied room. The blast wasn't particularly powerful, but it was enough to ignite a number of small fires in the area. Their goal was to lure out security, and in that regard, the bomb had more than served its purpose. The plan was progressing apace. "Guess I'm up," 9 said in her usual lackadaisical drawl. She gathered up the edges of her skirt in her hands and gently swayed it back and forth, resulting in a number of black spheres thudding down onto the floor. A series of muffled pops reverberated throughout the hall, heralding a cloud of smoke and tear gas that quickly filled the room. "What's going on? I can hardly breathe. My eyes are tearing up." The gas wasn't especially strong and would have no lasting effects on its victims. However, it was more than enough to send the already uneasy group of elites into a full-blown panic. 3 and 9 then began the next stage of their plan, their infiltration of the third floor. Currently, the bulk of security was on the first floor, meaning they would have to pass all the way through the second in order to respond to any emergencies at the top of the ship. The large numbers of panicking passengers on the second floor wouldn't stall security for long, but the situation would still buy 3 and 9 all the time that they would need. So far, the assassin's plan had gone flawlessly. Still, that didn't mean killing Haldor would be easy once they had reached him. The two hid themselves in a stairwell on the 3rd floor and scouted ahead. 2 more there. From what I can see, it looks like we'll have 5 to deal with. 9 shared her observations with 3 in a hushed tone. He silently nodded in acknowledgement. One look at the men standing guard ahead was enough to tell them that they were neither typical passengers nor ship security. They were well armed, and their combat experience was practically carved into their hardened faces. Ex-Jaegers, huh? It was clear they had been hired not to protect the general guests, but to personally attend to Haldor. Given that his room was located in the very back of the ship, it meant that the only way to reach him was through the battle-hardened veterans that currently barred 3 and 9's path. Avoiding a fight simply wasn't in the cards this time. I'll take lead. As she said this, 9 began to casually walk forward, her posture relaxed. She made no attempt to hide her approach, and even when the guards heard her soft footsteps and turned to look, they didn't register her as a threat. An advantage afforded her by her candy-sweet exterior.
Little lady, you're not allowed to be up here without permission,
one of the guards said in a gravelly voice. Yeah, we know there's been some kind of disturbance downstairs, another chimed in, but this ain't an evacuation site. Get yourself back to your room. Their tone was a bit harsh, but considering they used to be Jaegers, their attitude toward 9 was almost amicable. She gestured towards Haldor's room. But I want to go in there, pretty please. 9 wasn't putting on the spoiled noble act she had used to sneak aboard the ship earlier in the day. This was probably as close to her genuine, sleepy intonation as she would allow during a mission.
You want to meet Mr. Haldor, do ya? Well, today ain't your lucky day, kid, 'cause we got strict orders to not let anyone in this room.
And there's nothing I can do to change your mind? 9 tilted her head as she spoke, her presence beginning to unnerve the guards.
Nope, nothing,
one of them firmly responded. Oh, I see. That really is too bad. Despite her words, 9 didn't seem especially disappointed by their response. Taking her plush bear in hand, she suddenly thrust out in front of her. There was a flash of silver and a loud whip, followed by the thud of 2 of the guards collapsing to the ground. Their necks had each been pierced by 2 needles, which had been tipped in poison, a specialty of 9's and her mainstay in combat. Ordinarily hidden within the bear, the needles could be used to quickly disperse various types of poison through a target's body when thrown at a vital point. 9 would typically carry up to 10 types of poison, each suitable for a different situation. Depending on the circumstances, she would even use poison-free needles on occasion. This time, 9 had struck the 2 bodyguards with a neurotoxin that robbed the body of its ability to freely move. While not strong enough to kill, it was definitely enough to immobilize someone of substantial size for a good while.
What the?
Having sensed something amiss, one of the remaining bodyguards down the hallway turned to see what was happening. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure quickly moving in his direction. Before he could figure out what was happening, however, a blade flashed before his eyes, and he was on the ground, incapacitated along with his comrades. The swift takedown was executed by 3. He wielded a long sword with a thin blade that appeared sharp enough to cut the very air around it. Its construction resembled that of traditional Eastern swords, albeit with a straight blade instead of the typical curved one. Its design was surprisingly ornate, and curiously enough, it seemed to be missing a hilt guard and part of the blade near its base. The two remaining bodyguards had seen what had happened, and each had already dropped into a fighting stance. No matter how youthful their opponents, it was clear they had no intention of pulling their punches.
You little bastards!
Yelled one of them as he began swinging his axe downward. 3 met the attack with his sword, locking the assassin and the bodyguard in place. Seeing an opening, the other bodyguard drew his sword and attempted to stab 3. While still holding the axe in place with his right hand, 3 quickly drew a short sword with his left, using it to deflect the second bodyguard's attack in one clean motion. The short sword resembled the long sword in nearly all aspects but length. Unlike the long sword, it had a hilt guard. However, it seemed incomplete somehow, as though it was missing a piece. It was much less of an offensive weapon than the longsword, being used mainly for defense. Despite his best efforts to fend off the attackers, it seemed as though 3 would quickly be overpowered. Even for him, it was difficult to hold back the weight of an attack from a grown man with only his hand. Sensing that he needed to do something quickly, 3 intentionally stopped pushing back on the axe. Deflecting it harmlessly to the side with his remaining strength, he whipped around to face his staggering assailant and plunged his short sword deep into his torso. The other bodyguard quickly launched a flurry of attacks, but 3 pushed the critically wounded axe wielder into his comrade. The sword-wielding bodyguard was momentarily taken off guard, and 3 capitalized on the opening, cutting him down with both swords. Right, that should be. 3 turned to notify 9 that the guards had all been dispatched, but as he did, he saw the door to the VIP room open behind her. Out stepped another ex-Jaeger, weapon drawn, his sights set on attacking the defenseless 9 while her guard was down. Too much space separated them for 3 to warn 9 in time. He pushed off his back heel with all his might, but stopped his dash a split second later, as did the final bodyguard. My, you're pretty sharp. I was wondering how long it'd take you to catch on. 9 turned lazily on her heel and cast a derisive glance over her shoulder. Her expression remained unfazed as thin red stripes appeared over the Jaeger's arms and legs. Blood began to trickle out like sanguine tears. Better not move. Wriggle too much and you'll be leaving in more pieces than you arrived. Her sweet appearance made her remarks all the more disconcerting and ghastly. The ex-Jaeger understood that this was no empty threat. He truly couldn't afford to take another step. The cause of his painful predicament was a web of superfine steel threads surrounding him. Thanks to their special processing, the threads were roughly as sharp as a drawer full of top-end kitchen knives. 9 had laid a trap outside the door, one that an unassuming person would have been hard-pressed to detect with the naked eye. Any unfortunate soul who had tried to pass through the area with any degree of speed would have soon found themselves the centerpiece of a grisly, blood-splattered tableau. The threads were connected to specially designed needles 9 used as her main weapon. Such thread was notoriously difficult to use, and it was rarely regarded as being sufficiently powerful to use as one's only means of attack. While there were rumors of true masters who needed no other implements to eliminate their target, 9 had yet to attain such a level of skill with them. That said, she was still a menace in her own right, and a fiendishly clever master of traps besides, as the ex-Jaeger had just learned. Nine tossed a poisoned needle at her immobilized foe with minimal effort, and her hapless victim collapsed to the floor. She tilted her head to the side as she noticed 3 staring at her. "What? Is something wrong, S?" she asked, using the nickname she preferred to call 3 by. She would often refer to herself as N, which 3 took as a shortened version of 9, but when she spoke with 3, she would use S instead of T. He had assumed it to be short for swords, despite the word being part of both their names, but had never bothered to ask. "Nothing at all," 3 tersely responded as he turned to face the VIP room door. At last, the pair stepped into the room housing their target, Haldor Barn. Woo! Let's go, dog. It's such a good story, man. Hey there, YouTube. How are you? Remu, how's it going, bud? Almost just had a heart attack, thought my internet was out. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Chapter 2, down. 3 and 9. Again, for those of you that are maybe thinking about reading it or listening in before playing Reverie, I would most certainly encourage you to at least read it for yourselves. I really hope my copy of Reverie arrives today. Blade, I hope so too, dude. Arcase, I'm not sure if that'll work. The ticket all. I think you have to put a number after ticket. Getting it digitally? Hi. No, Arcase, it should be working. Or just, how about this? Just skip all of this unknowns. Sorry. Just do exclamation point giveaway, drop and that'll give you the link. Click that and buy your tickets that way. Bing, bang, boom. Easy peasy. Or it'll tell you how many tickets you have. There you go, big dog. It's warm down here for sure. It's gonna be a hot day. I'm gonna be a hot, sweaty, disgusting mess. I can't wait. All right, let's get chapter 3 queued up. Kazu, 10 hours into Reverie? Good to hear. Please, I don't want to hear anything about Reverie. I don't want to know where you're at, who you've talked to, who you've seen, where you've been, nothing. Please and thank you. I want to know nothing about it. I don't want to know what chapter, prologue, nothing. None of that. I want to know nothing. Please and thank you. Just curious, has anyone that ordered Nissa Limited Edition gotten a shipping notification yet? That I don't know. Phil's this morning? Okay. Did on the 3rd, just this morning? Okay, so they're trickling out. No update since. Do they have it like any other places that ship things? Like, can you just like click your order? Like, do they give you like a tracking number? So you can just check it yourself manually? And you have a tracking number? Okay, cool. Just checking. Nothing yet here. Kind of sad, but I guess I do got to finish 16 still, so it's kind of okay. Will Steam have the deluxe edition or the DLC that gives you the deluxe content? Ethan, yes, it will. To the best of my knowledge, it will. There's a lot of DLC. Like a lot of consumables, a lot of costumes. Fits right in line with Cold Steel 3 and 4. There is from what I've been told, there's a beach DLC. You know, for what that's worth, if you're trying to get your culture on. You know we will be. We absolutely will be. I mean, why not? Like, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? Dark Fantasy Realms, I am. Do I like to think that I could just wait for the DLC to go on sale? The consumables? The, you know, like the costumes, things that I'm never gonna fucking wear. But, like, I'm still gonna buy it. And like, here's my brain thought behind this. My brain thought behind all of this is that this will help Nissa with Kuro 1 and Kuro 2 and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So, that's my reasoning. As if I needed one, right? Just pay for it. I'm not gonna look up. I saw something get deleted. Again, if something got deleted, don't take it personally. It's no love lost. I just don't want to know anything about Reverie. I don't want to know where people are at. I don't want to know how much time they like. I know, and I know to people that don't know me, that are meeting me right now, it sounds like it's super overkill, and I admit it absolutely is. But that's how I've played through this entire series. I don't want to know anything about it. Just I gotta do this. Funds for Falcom to never make another Trails anime? Dog, I hope they don't. I know, it sounds crazy, like, but it's just the time of my gameplay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It gets deleted with no venom or malice, in any of our hearts or souls. There is no ill will behind a deletion of a comment. And I know it's like, dude, this guy is Buzz Killington. I'm not trying to be, but I'm just super duper overkill with what I deem to be a spoiler, so I just try to avoid it. You know what I'm gonna do real quick first, actually? Little bathroom break, and then we'll keep going. Chapter 3. All right, sorry about that, everybody. Walter had to do the gotta take a shit 5,000, so, you know, we were just kind of, I'm at his mercy. He was like, you know what, this isn't, he just had to scour the whole yard. He's like, where's like the best spot to take a dump? Dude, I don't know, somewhere. Can we get this fucking show on the road, please? I took a piss. He had to take a dump, not me, Don. I already did my paperwork. I already ripped off a sticky before we came downstairs and got things rolling for the day. Good to go, man. Fucking primo. Okay, so back to it. But yeah, Walter just sniffing around for everything. Can you just find a place? I usually take a shit in a toilet personally, but I know dogs don't use those. All right. Chapter 3, The Assassins and the Target. Inside, the room was opulence made manifest, the best of the best, enough to make the wealthiest noble envious. In the center of its spacious layout sat Haldor Barn, reclined on a sofa. He brought a glass of wine to his lips as his features twisted in a wry, unpleasant expression. Absolute incompetence. Such a simple job, and yet apparently one completely beyond them. Mr. Barn had fully grasped the situation. He had given the order that no one be allowed in, but there were now 2 children standing before him. Given the commotion outside, it had been easy to guess what happened. Though their appearances made it hard to believe, the 2 standing before him were no doubt professional assassins here for his life. Still, Haldor maintained his composure. He kept this realization hidden, refusing to allow so much as a hint of panic to creep into his features. The source of this confidence was a certain colossal machine that sat on the floor before him. Its mere presence made even the impossibly spacious room feel cramped. It towered over 2 arge in height, with 6 spider-like legs protruding from its body. Its humanoid upper half stood erect, with 4 menacing arms stretching out from it. The entire machine emitted an eerie glow, making for a most intimidating sight to behold. Wowee, that's a big one, Nine remarked, glancing up at it. An archaism, 3 exclaimed, immediately shifting to a battle stance. This beauty is a new favorite of mine, a rather fruitful find at a recent back alley auction I happened to attend. And it wasn't cheap, let me tell you. But no, I didn't stop there. I'm a man who doesn't do things by half measures. I paid a princely sum to have it outfitted with the most cutting-edge technology available. Mira well spent, in my opinion. I dare say it has enough firepower to easily wipe out an entire platoon of soldiers if I wanted to. In fact, it'd be mere child's play. Barely able to contain his smug grin, Haldor looked like a boastful child showing off his expensive toy at school. So the bums outside were just bouncers then, and this monstrosity is what's actually here to protect you, 3 deduced. Oh, a sharp one! That's precisely correct, Haldor said gleefully. As long as I have it by my side, my safety here is guaranteed. And once I make it to the Republic, I'll be untouchable. He let out a long laugh, his voice rising higher and higher, echoing endlessly throughout the gaudy chamber. Shockingly stupid. He really is an idiot, huh? The duo's comments weren't born from simple overconfidence. Even if they did somehow fail in their mission, and even if Haldor did manage to make it to Heiue territory, he had already been marked for death by the organization. They would pursue him to the bitter end. To the last man, he had 0 chance of survival. Attack! At Haldor's order, the Archaism launched into action. It set its sights on 3, charging straight for him. Nine took the opportunity to begin casting her arts. While her partner specialized in close quarters combat, she was a force to be reckoned with when it came to orbal arts. As she began to charge, however, one of the Archaism's arms rapidly folded out into a gun, the muzzle pointed in Nine's direction. Without delay, it sprayed a hail of bullets at her. Whoa! Nine evaded the gunfire by a hair's breadth, but was forced to abandon casting her art. The Archaism focused its attention back on 3, who was busy fending off its melee attacks with his longsword. 9 sprinted to the other side of the room and started her cast again. The machine's aim was too adept, however, and she found herself unable to escape it long enough to get off an art. It appeared that their foe was equipped with a powerful arts detection sensor, one that allowed it to identify incoming orbal attacks and counterattack before they could be launched. Forced to abandon her casting yet again, 9 screwed up her face in frustration and sullenly gripped her plush bear. This thing doesn't play nice. I quit, she said in a huff. It was a fair point. Poison-tipped needles wouldn't have been particularly effective against the steel plating of a machine, and without the ability to cast her arts, 9 found herself at a loss. 3, however, remained unperturbed and readied himself for another onslaught. I'm gonna grab a little shut-eye. Wake me when the fighting's over, okay? 9 says as she flopped down on one of the room's sofas, using her bear as a pillow. 9? Cut it out! I need you to stay awake, 3 shouted from across the room. Despite this, 9 didn't react at all. As she dozed, the Archaism seemed to disregard her as a threat and fully focused its attention on 3. Its 4 arms transformed into a sword, a lance, an axe, and a gun proceeded to launch a relentless string of attacks at the already overwhelmed assassin. 3 leapt out of the way as the machine's sword arm cut an arc through the air, only to then see the lance rocketing towards him. He narrowly avoided it, but his escape path was blocked by a mighty swing of the axe. Meanwhile, the Archaism had its gun trained in Haldor's direction. Even in the heat of the combat, it prioritized protecting its master against any approaching threats. Swift movements and deft swordplay were the foundation of 3's combat style, but they were little use against such a powerful machine. The Archaism was simply too fast, and its attacks were both explosively powerful and aimed with deadly precision. Further, its 6 legs afforded it perfect balance, and its multiple arms allowed it to launch attacks faster than 3 could keep up. To his irritation, 3 found his skill set completely useless against the metal monstrosity. Sure, he was a better fit for the task than 9, but only by a slim margin. Regardless, he continued to fight, both blades flashing as they moved to intercept his foe. The sheer number of attacks coming at him forced 3 to focus entirely on defense. He parried, dodged, and deflected the relentless wave of strikes, biding his time, waiting for the machine to leave an opening for him to strike with his longsword. This violent dance continued for some time. 3 had managed to land a number of blows to the machine's body and arms, but each had resulted in no more than a metallic twang to his blade, as his blade was repelled by its solid metal armor. It's no use, child! That armor was specifically commissioned, and your pathetic little butter knives don't have a snowball's chance in Gehenna against them. Haldor's mocking tone grated on 3's nerves. It was made worse by the fact that it was clear he wasn't lying. 3's attacks had been completely ineffective so far. Still, 3 had yet to suffer any wounds. Given how things were going, though, it was only a matter of time before he was slowly worn down. Analysis complete. 9 suddenly began speaking, apparently having woken up from her nap. Still lounging on the sofa, she continued, her voice flatter and more precise than usual. Arms, joint 1, down 5 reg. Legs, joint 2, up 3 reg. Waist, rotation axis center. Left side of chest, up 2/5, left 1/5. The first to respond was not 3, but Haldor.
You little wench! How did you do that?
He was flustered, clearly shocked that 9 had figured out the archaism's structural weak points. 9 slowly rose from the sofa and reverted back to her usual drawl, sleepily rubbing her eyes as she spoke. I could tell by the sound. It takes a bit of concentration, though. Pure disbelief was etched into Haldor's face. 3, on the other hand, looked as composed as ever. He had known from the start what 9 was doing. He was simply buying time until the analysis was complete. S now! Right. 3 readied himself and rushed the archaism, his swordplay swifter than ever, a veritable tornado of slashes and stabs. Each of his attacks hit upon one of the weak points that 9 had pointed out. He suddenly switched to his short sword and performed the same volley of attacks, hitting each point a second time, but the result was the same as before. Nothing save the same high-pitched metallic sound that rang out with each hit. It didn't appear that the archaism had been damaged in the slightest. Haldor was beside himself with laughter, relishing watching the young assassin struggle.
What a joke! You can swing those little swords of yours till the palms come home, but you're never getting through that armor.
All part of the process. Letting this simple reply linger in the air, 3 lined up his short sword with the empty section in the base of his longsword. The 2 blades locked into place, becoming a single weapon, their sharp edges lining up perfectly. At first glance, it would be difficult to tell the 2 were ever anything other than a single sword. Haldor watched the process with interest, but then burst into mocking laughter a moment later.
Proud of your pocket knife, little boy? Do you honestly think that that will be your ticket to victory?
Truth be told, even in its combined state, the reach of 3's sword hadn't improved any, nor was the weapon sharper or faster. The slightly increased weight of the blade may have provided some increase in power, but certainly not enough to break through the archaism's thick armor. Given the opponent at hand, the weapon truly seemed little better than a toy. Three chose to remain silent and let his weapon do the talking. He swung it at the weak point of the archaism's leg, the same spot he had targeted before. This time, however, his strike was followed by a loud explosion and the archaism's leg flew across the room. The blast seemed to have come from the archaism itself, and was powerful enough to have blown its limb clean off. At a glance, it seemed similar to a fire element art, but neither 3 nor 9 had appeared to have cast anything. Even if they had, the archaism's sensors would surely have detected it.
What the?
Haldor stammered, his face twisted with shock and fear. Another swing by 3's sword, followed by another explosion. A second of the archaism's limbs sent flying to the corner of the room.
What the hell is going on?
Haldor screeched, no longer trying to hide his panic. His tone quickly deteriorated from alarm to abject terror. This is no ordinary sword, 3 began to speak, his face devoid of expression. It's fully integrated with a battle orbment, forming a single weapon. Well, strictly speaking, I suppose it's closer to an ordinary orbment than a battle orbment. As he spoke, he continued his attack, his swordplay not pausing for even a second. An orbment with a single function, a controlled explosion on points I designate. However, its activation requires each blade to have separately made contact with the intended target area. You can think of marks as targeting coordinates, essentially. Even though 3's initial attacks seemed to have been repelled, they were actually preparatory steps in the process. The subsequent explosions were the true attack. The third strike to the same location this time made the unified blade results in the explosion. The location and timing specifications were complicated, as was the use of the specified orbment in conjunction with some automated processing. The end result was an instantaneous cast time, however. If the wielder was skilled enough, they'd be able to launch a powerful arts attack without the need for any charge-up period. It was in this ability that the true value of 3's weapon lay. But... Having suffered an enormous amount of damage from the rapid art strikes unleashed on it, the Archaism began throwing sparks in all directions. It began to dawn on Haldor that victory was no longer an option for him, and he began to desperately look for another means of escape.
Stop! Stop fighting and get me out of here now!
He ordered the Archaism in a shrill yell. Reacting to its new orders, the machine quickly rotated its torso and began moving toward him. "I don't think so," a lazy voice called out from across the room. During the commotion, its remaining spider-like legs had been bound with a complex web of steel thread, rendering it immobile. "This is the end." 3 quickly struck its remaining weak points in rapid succession. The resulting series of explosions tore the machine to pieces, littering its surroundings with burnt steel and charred components. When the smoke had cleared, the room was so filled with broken parts, it was more scrapyard than sweet. What remained of the Archaism's body ceased all functions and collapsed, its chassis mangled beyond recognition. 3 deftly wove his way through the junk scattered at his feet, silently moving towards Haldor.
Stay back!
A pitiful squeak escaped Haldor's throat as he scrambled backward, away from the approaching assassin. There was nowhere to run, however. 3's mission was nearing its end, and yet he didn't feel happiness or relief. He took a step closer. He felt his sword suddenly grow heavy in his hand. He forced himself to take another step. His legs felt like they were encased in concrete. His whole body felt like it was desperately rejecting his advance, trying to pull itself away. Another step. This was how it always ended. All that remained was for him to fulfill his role. He was nothing but a tool, a machine. This was how it was supposed to be. 3 took one final step forward. "There's no need to share any details with you. Still, I figure you at least deserve to know who's ending your life." To know, 3 thought to himself, whose name to curse as you burn in the fires of Gehenna. I am 3 of Swords. He plunged his blade deep into Haldor's chest, piercing the man's heart. I'm an assassin for the organization. By this point, the panic on the second floor had largely subsided, and the ship's security guards were finally starting to move up to the 3rd floor. Picking up on this, 3 and 9 quietly broke open the window and jumped through it into the sea outside. "It's a good thing this mission wasn't on an airship. That would have made escaping way more painful," 9 remarked. Agreed. She was right. Escaping from an airship would have necessitated a specialized aircraft for the operation, as well as forcing the 2 to leap from a ship to ship in midair. It wouldn't have been entirely impossible for the young assassins, though, and surely someone in their wide world had carried out such an operation before. 9 softly called out to 3, again using her preferred nickname for him. He was a corrupt man, an evil man. The 2 of them looked back toward the ship. There was no need for further explanation between the 2. Yeah, 3 said quietly. I know. He had been thorough in reading through the mission dossier and knew that 9 spoke true. Haldor was a bastard through and through, one that had performed all kinds of horrible acts in the pursuit of Mira. His mere existence sullied the world, and society was better off with him no longer a part of it. Not that it matters either way. When it came down to it, a hit was a hit. A target could be the person with the purest heart on the continent or the scummiest bottom feeder imaginable. If an assassination order came from the organization, 3 and 9 followed it. That's how it always goes. I guess. 9 went silent. She took something out of her plush bear and began blowing into it. It gradually took the shape of an inflatable raft big enough for one. 9 climbed aboard it and then flopped down, once again using her bear as a pillow. I'm going to catch another few winks. I'll leave this part to you, S. Okay? This part meant for 3 to swim them both to shore. Your legs work just fine, he retorted. Do it yourself. Despite his words, 3 felt a twinge of something resembling affection in his heart. He and 9 had been operating together for over a year by this point. She was a little younger than him, and he sometimes found himself thinking of her as more a little sister than just his partner. Their natural rapport aside, she was also someone who could truly rely on during their missions. Despite this, 3 understood the situation. He understood that even if 9 was his partner, even if he thought of her as a little sister, he could never let his guard down. He could never truly trust her. Whew, so good. Ah, Handsome Dan, good morning, my guy. Thank you very, very much. How are you? Shadow King, what's up? I wasn't even in the stream and I got a free sub. Thanks. Navasa gifted a whole bunch earlier, dude. So, enjoy, big dog. How are you? How's everybody doing? How's everybody enjoying the story so far? It's good. It's a good one, man. Super cool concept. Yeah, it really is. It's super unique, dude. It's great. And just like to think of it in its purest form, this is a non, like, it could potentially, this is a non-fictional story within a fictional video game. Pictures adding to it? Yeah, I dig it. I dig it a lot. It's really, really good, man. I don't know, I missed everything up to this point. What's the cliff notes? 2 assassins broke onto a yacht to kill a corrupt dude. And he thought he had the most bitchin' of archaism ever. And didn't help. Didn't help at all. What is... Oh, I was wondering what the hell was like. I was like, what is that? It's a great story, and it's wild how this is actually important for future characters. That's what I'm saying, dude. His spider tank ain't got shit, basically. It's just, it's so good, man. Dude, I vibe with it so much. Grumpy, how you doing, my guy? How's the doctor hunt going? It always confuses me who's been writing these nonfiction stories in this fictional world. Yeah, right? It's crazy. Hey, side note, is there a way to just completely delete your Xbox Live account? I think somebody got into mine. I don't have any, like, anything connected to it. But a buddy of mine sent me a text just now, and he was just like, man, this is nostalgic. It was like a pop-up on his phone that I was live on Xbox, and I was like, that ain't me, dog. I'll probably be better after lunch. I got an appointment, but it's almost 2 months. Golly, man. Still sucks you gotta wait that long. Still sucks that you gotta deal with it at its core. So now we are on to Chapter 4. Like, I'm sure I have to jump through hoops to, like, get rid of the account, but, like, it's probably just tied to, like, my entire Microsoft account. I don't know if I could even remember the password. Yeah, and I can't either. I had to, like, I'll have to reset it, but I still don't. Which would be pretty bad considering I have a lot of games on there. Oof. Oh, no. All right. Itchy Nose, what's new? Let's have some coffee. What time are we at? 10:17. Okay, so we got to move and groove. We're on chapter 4 of how many? Are there 10? We got 6 more. I say move and groove like we... Chapter 4, 3 of Swords. They haunt me relentlessly, all the people I've murdered over the years. I've cut off their heads, carved their hearts from their chests, sliced their torso right through the middle. But no matter what I do, an army of corpses continues to pursue me. I see them every time I close my eyes. The politicians, the nobles, the merchants, the rich and powerful. Just leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. I frantically swing my sword at them. I cut and cut, bisecting them, slashing them apart, but they don't relent. Chunks of flesh and bone, viscera and intestines, lungs and brains. They gather into a writhing mass that comes crashing down on me like a gory wave, threatening to swallow me whole. Get away, get away, get away, get away, get away, get away, get away! I try to escape, but they corner me again and again. My victims staring at me with hollow eyes, accusing me. How could you do this to us? How? They throw themselves at me, their decaying fingers gripping my neck, trying to rip the life out of me, just as I did to them. Let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go! I frantically thrash and struggle, but no matter what I do, I can't break away. Rotting blood and bile trickles down my body, dissolving my skin. The wave finally swallows me up. I just want a normal life. I just want my humanity back. I woke from my nightmare, my breath short and ragged. My entire body was soaked in a horrible sweat. I fought back the rising urge to vomit. The night after completing a mission was always like this. The only difference was seeing one more face in the crowd. Even after years, my disgust for murder had never abated, not even in the slightest. No matter how much time passed, I couldn't rid myself of the scars left in my mind by the terrible acts I'd performed. And yet I had no choice but to continue. Nine and I were nothing but tools. Our individual thoughts and ideals had no meaning. They were completely unnecessary. All the organization required from us was a skillful capacity for murder and unquestioning subordination, to kill as we were ordered to. Our entire existence boiled down to this singular point. To reject an order or attempt escape was tantamount to suicide. The organization. To even speak its true name was forbidden. It was a group of professional killers that existed in the shadows of society. Its core business was eliminating marks, but its true objective likely lay elsewhere. As a low-ranking member, I was simply one of the organization's weapons. There were no reason for such info to be shared with me. Most members of the organization had served it since they were children. Children deemed to possess special potential were made to undergo combat instruction and exercises in a place known as the factory. The majority of children who entered the factory would never again see beyond its walls. Unable to endure the merciless training that they were put through, it would become their tomb. The lucky ones who did survive, however, were officially recognized as entry-level members of the organization. That's what happened to me. I was forced to abandon who I was when I first passed through the factory's doors at 7 years old. Anyone who dared utter their former name would be subject to severe punishment. There was no concept of individuality. Life in the organization meant being nothing more than another tool in its arsenal. It wasn't until I graduated at the age of 10 that I was given a name. It only served to solidify my status as a weapon, however. Our names, more like titles, are based on tarot cards. In my case, the moniker I received was from the minor arcana, 3 of Swords. It didn't have even the slightest bit of humanity to it, but it was better than having no name at all. Both the higher-ups and a small fraction of the very best candidates were given a name based on major arcana. Everyone who survived training and made it in was skilled, but in terms of combat ability, the major arcana could run circles around the rest of us. Rumor had it that they were even more powerful than top-ranked bracers. I left my room and peeked into the neighboring one. It seemed like 9 was still sleeping. It was time for my report, so I headed out on my own. Lower-level members of the organization generally operated in pairs. My partner is 9 of Swords, a girl 1 year my junior. 9 was a natural genius. She graduated from the factory in a single year, despite the fact that the average kid takes 3 to 5 if they even make it to graduation without dropping out, that is. From gathering info to analyzing battle situations, acting abilities to infiltration tactics, she was top class in a multitude of fronts. That's to say nothing of her combat style, which made use of needles and thread, allowing her to control the field of battle and dominate her foes. All in all, her abilities were far better suited to assassinations than mine were. It was a bit awkward for us when we were first paired up, but after working together for a year, I could honestly say that she was the best partner I had ever had, and the most reliable. At the same time, she was also the person I needed to regard with the most caution. The reasons why the organization used a partner systems were twofold. The obvious reason was that it helped facilitate missions, but it also forced partners to monitor the other. In the organization, betrayal was swiftly returned with death. A tool is doomed to serve until it breaks. As such, we were expected to be part of the organization the entirety of our lives. As a general rule, we were afforded no freedom. There did, however, exist special rules. If one were to sense that their partner was scheming to betray the organization, they could sell them out to gain their own freedom. All you had to do was make your report, present sufficient evidence of your suspicion, and then you were given the task of eliminating them yourself. If you succeeded, you were free. Simply running away meant resigning yourself to looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life. The organization had eyes everywhere. Anyone who wanted true freedom was better off waiting for the chance to turn their partner in. There was another problem, too. The worst of the worst would actually fabricate proof of their partner's betrayal in an effort to earn their own freedom. Thus, the person you needed to regard most cautiously was not an enemy you'd face on any mission, but the partner who you would always have by your side. You needed to entertain and accept the notion that you could be betrayed at any time. Members did not turn their backs on the organization. This was an absolute requirement for survival and a lesson I learned very early on through personal experience. 3 years ago, I tried to escape. Well, I suppose it was more we than I. At the time, I was partnered with another boy, one known as Ace of Swords. Ace was a year my senior, and he was a pretty good guy. We got along really well, though, and he quickly grew into an older brother figure for me. He wielded a giant sword with ease, one as long as he was tall, and he used it to both destroy our enemies and protect me. He really was an ace when it came to battle. In that sense, his name couldn't have been more appropriate. One thing Ace and I shared was contempt for the murders we were forced to perform. I can't remember how the idea of escaping the organization came up initially, but I do recall that neither of us objected to it. As I mentioned, the system was set up to prevent individual members from betraying the organization, as they could be sold out by their partner. We figured the best way around that was to simply work together and escape the organization as a team. With our objective decided on, we began planning in earnest. We quickly decided we'd need to execute our plan as far away from the other pairs of assassins employed by the organization. The first part of our plan went well enough. We entered Erebonia thinking that its considerable distance from our normal area of operations meant that we could enjoy a certain degree of safety. That was a severe misjudgment on our part, though. The organization had eyes there as well. We were approached by other pairs of assassins twice, and both times ended with combat. We managed to fend them off, however. Ace and I were partners for a reason, and we fought well together. The third time, however, it was our overseer who paid us a visit. To say that his powers were overwhelming wouldn't do it justice. It was like trying to fight a force of nature. We barely managed to escape with our lives, suffering heavy wounds in the process. With nowhere else to go, we huddled together in a cave, conscious of the fact that our next encounter with the Overseer would surely be our last. There was nothing more to be said about the situation, and for what felt like an eternity, we passed the time in silence. "Hey, Ace," I began speaking, believing that it would be the last conversation we'd ever have. "What's up, buddy?" "I just want to say that, all things considered, I think everything could have went a lot worse." "What's that supposed to mean?" He struggled through the pain to force out a little smirk at my comment. "Don't get me wrong, I have plenty of regrets, but still." Ace waited in silence for me to continue. "Being by your side all this time, well, it's made my life so much better, Ace. And even if we're fated to meet our deaths here, it's a million times better than spending a lifetime as just another tool." The fire flickered, our shadows danced on the cave wall. Finally, Ace broke the silence, his voice a mere whisper. 3. Thanks for everything, man. You too, Ace. Thank you. I had said what I needed to say. I felt that if our opponent were to arrive at the very moment, I'd at least be able to give my whole soul to the battle. But then, "If that's how you feel," Ace started. Suddenly, the ambiance in the cave completely shifted like some horrible hallucination. Ace's icy voice pierced through me, chilling me to the bone. "Then die, buddy. Die for me." My first reaction was slight confusion. I actually interpreted it as a clumsy way of saying that we would face our deaths together. I turned to face him, just to clarify, and what I saw next was Ace's massive sword speeding down towards my head. I immediately dodged his strike, and the ground where I had been laying only a moment ago had been shattered into rubble. "Ace, what are you doing?" I cried out. "You can't figure it out on your own? Have you forgotten the final rule for those who betray the organization?" The final rule. I hadn't forgotten it, I simply hadn't given it much thought. It seemed irrelevant to our situation, but everything clicked into place then. When two partners betrayed the organization, the only way for one of them to gain its forgiveness was to kill their partner and present the organization with a corpse. The idea behind this rule was to force escapees into a sense of desperation and then push them into killing each other, taking care of the problem so the organization didn't have to. To my absolute shock, this was precisely what Ace was trying to do. I understood what was happening, but all I could do was ask why over and over. "Ace, why? Why are you doing this?" "You know, buddy, becoming partners with you was the only bit of luck I've ever had my whole goddess-damned life. I really did want to be free together, to get our humanity back together." "Then why are you?" "Because I need to survive," he said, his voice dripping with desperation. "I can't die like this." Screaming wildly, Ace swung his sword at me again. The same sword that had been used to save my life more times than I could count was now being used in an attempt to end it. "Just die!" he screamed. I tried to scream back, but the horrible knot in my stomach and the storm of emotions in my heart ensured that the only thing that came out of my mouth was a meaningless warble as I met his sword with my own. Engulfed in despair, I surrendered control to my instincts and engaged this enemy in combat as I would any other. I don't clearly remember what happened from there. All I know is that I was overtaken by rage and sadness, and I became a slashing, screaming monster. I was finally brought to my senses by the sound of Ace's body collapsing to the ground. That's how I managed to survive, how I won back my position as one of the organization's tools. And that's where I'd been ever since. Our escape was a deadly failure that laid bare my inadequacies. I still hadn't given up on winning back my humanity. But I'd be damned if I was going to trust anyone else ever again. It's so good, dude. It's so heavy, man. And again, like, for me to be rereading it, and for those of you to, like, be reading it again for, like, a second or multiple times, it's so, like, to just be able to, like, kind of, like, paint a picture in my head. We got to see baby boy Ace. We sure did, dude. Man, oh, man. Shark, how you doing, man? Yeah, everybody, get your tickets while you can. I mean, we still got a couple of hours till we're gonna do the giveaway, but we're almost there. We're almost there. Happy Reverie release day to one and all. Look at this photograph. This poor guy, dude, it's awful. Imagine just a means of surviving to just be a tool still. You literally have to, like, essentially kill what you view as your big brother just so that you can continue being a hired killer. It's crazy. It's pretty bonkers. It's a fantastic story, man. It really is. I think like, obviously one of the things that I'm most looking forward to is how this piece, like, how this fits into Reverie. Sumeria has way too many underground child stealing evil people. Very true. Most of them corrupt with lots and lots of money. And actually, what's good, dude? Bracer Guild is slacking. Dude, they just got a fucking clean house. Kill them all. Get rid of them all. My man Guy Bannings did his thing, too. We know that for a fact. Do I not have my chapstick down here? That's a bummer and a half. Oh, well. Hang on. By the way, Phil, I know I probably said this last night, but this version of Maine's Mining Village is just like... I could literally just listen to this all day and just chill. And the rain helps. Trails does not like children? Dude. It's fucking awful. And the Hayworths... Don't get me started on the fucking Hayworths, okay? Yeah, we lost one kid. The other one's gone. Let's make sure we find the second one, though. Dylan, it's not going to be out till about 1 p.m. Eastern time. Right now, we're doing a reading of 3 and 9, so... I know it's going to be dependent on time zones, for sure, but for me here in New Hampshire, it's going to be about 1 p.m. Eastern time. And now we're on to Chapter 5. Boop. You know what? No. Yeah. Another quick bathroom break. Sorry, gotta go. Coffee, water, the whole shebang. BRB, promise. Good to know. Just bought it. Should be here tomorrow. Hell yeah, dude. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy all of it. For show. All right, chapter 5. We're at the halfway point. Everybody feeling good? Enjoying themselves? Stretch out, get something to drink, get something to snack on maybe if you want. Totally up to you. Hydra, good morning, dude. How are you? Mine is delayed by FedEx. Rouse. Not good. Get me some coffee fee. Coffee fee. Coffee fee. Some coffee fee. Coffee. Mine just shipped, so another few days. Dude. Like, look, I understand. Some people just prefer a physical copy. Obviously, if you're playing on console, I get it. But man, oh man, wouldn't I be fucking so blowed if I didn't have my physical copy? Like, if I was just, like, not about digital copies. You know what I'm saying? And, like, again, like, this isn't a knock on anybody. Like, you have your preference. For sure, and I respect that. But just like, you're like, nope, all I do is physical copies. That's cool. But now you gotta wait. You can't even, like, play it on release. It's super duper bum. It's a big time bummer. Fortunate risk you take with physical, and I get it, dude, but golly, it's a bummer. Bugs me. Bugs me a little bit. Bugs me as somebody that, and like, I don't even really get physical copies of much. Ivy, I'm gonna miss these countdowns. Don't worry. We got Mario RPG. We'll probably do one for that too. I don't mind PC being all digital, but everything I get for Switch, I get physically if I can, for sure. Richie, good morning, dude, or good afternoon for you, rather. Got the Alien game installed on my PS5. Gonna relax for a bit before playing. Let's go. Got it. That's what's up, dog. Yeet. My release that I am itching for, Sea of Stars, August, fam bam. August, what is it? August 28th? It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a goodie. It's gonna be a great one. That's my most anticipated game of 2022, believe it or not. 2022, what a year. All right. 29th, I was close. I'll take three-quarter credit. Chapter 5, The Overseer and the Report. Ivy, I hope you're doing good, bub. Love you. Hope the pup as well. Only reason why I don't get physical copies is because I have no more space to put my physical game boxes. I get it. I get you. The Overseer and the Report. Everyone's doing well? Good. Good. The town was practically empty, and the first rays of dawn were only just beginning to piece the dark sky above. Stepping out of the inn, 3 inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the chilly air in an effort to dispel his drowsiness. The town, known as Luzent, was located on the border of Calvard and Remiferia. 3 and 9 would often undertake missions in both countries, making the centrally located town a perfect base of operations. East of the town was an official border crossing into Calvard. In stark contrast, westward lay a mountain road known only to a select few. It was a treacherous path, to be sure, but also one that facilitated entry into the Republic without the need to go through the official channels. 3 headed to the designated rendezvous point, a small hill surrounded by weathered boulders. The site was deep in the mountains and therefore free of unwanted eyes. There, he found a black silhouette waiting for him. It was a man hidden in shadow, wrapped in a tattered black cloak that obscured his face and body both. Despite his bedraggled attire, his presence had an insurmountable weight to it, instilling a primal sort of fear into any who laid eyes on him. "I'm here to make my report," said 3. In response, the cloaked figure uttered only a single word. "Speak." This man was known as the Overseer, was one of the higher-ranking members of the organization. He was given the name of Emperor from the Major Arcana, but those who served under him referred to him simply as the Overseer. As his title suggested, he watched over 3 and the rest of the organization's tools. He was the one who provided mission instructions and received their reports. 3 relayed the details of the Haldor mission to the Overseer. As he finished, the man spoke again.
Next.
Right, regarding the 9 of Swords. As part of their debriefing, every member was required to report on their partner's activities. Each of the pair would separately describe what they did and what they observed their partner doing. Even the slightest discrepancy between the pair's reports was regarded with suspicion. The objective behind this requirement was to instill them with fear. Fear that any plot they may hatch to betray the organization would swiftly make its way to the ears of their superiors. That is all, 3 said as he finished his report.
Very well,
The Overseer said.
you will be contacted with instructions for your next mission once they are ready.
Understood. 3 turned to head back to town, but as he did, the Overseer spoke again. It was little more than a whisper, but it was delivered with a weight that froze 3 in his tracks.
Stop.
3 slowly turned around to face the Overseer. As always, his dark hood completely covered his face.
It has been 3 years now. You've not been designing any more plans, have you?
3 felt a sudden chill shoot down his spine. The Overseer's suffocating gaze was laced with a powerful malice. There was no need for 3 to ask for clarification. He knew the Overseer was talking about his escape attempt 3 years prior. The Emperor had personally conducted many of the organization's purges of runaway members. As their very lives became threatened, many lower-ranking members would find themselves overwhelmed by fear, rendering them powerless before the merciless Emperor. Thus, even within the organization, a cruel piece of its own right, the Emperor had earned himself a reputation for his savagery. He was also the very same man who had tracked down 3 and Ace during their escape attempt. He had already picked up on 3's new escape plan? No. 3 found the thought absurd. He had taken every step with the utmost care and prudence. Further, if the Emperor had obtained some proof of 3's wrongdoing, the young assassin would already be dead. This was a test. If 3 wavered here, even in the slightest, it would mean his end. I will never again attempt something as foolish. I am a tool for the organization, nothing more. My sole purpose is to take the lives of my targets. The way he cast his eyes, he calculated and practiced manner of speech, his natural breathing patterns, 3 had pulled it off to perfection. Silence hung heavy in the air between them for a moment. Finally, the Emperor spoke.
I'd hope that is the case.
The murderous presence faded from the air, as did the tension that had been building in 3's chest.
There are certain expectations riding on your shoulders,
the Emperor said. I will fully devote myself to meeting them, 3 said in the same practiced tone. He moved once more to return to town and was not stopped this time. He bought it. Back at his room, 3 let out a sigh of relief as he collapsed to his bed. Nothing had really happened during his exchange with the Overseer, but nonetheless, he felt completely drained. Without exception, each interaction he had with the Overseer was psychologically exhausting. This was to be expected, however, as he was, indeed, hiding his true intentions from the organization. Excuse me. In truth, 3 had been planning a second escape attempt. The past 3 years had been grueling, but it did nothing to quash his fervent desire for freedom. If anything, his resolve to reclaim his humanity had only grown stronger by the day. However, each day also saw his blood-drenched hands grown yet heavier with sin. He was a mere tool, human in physical form only. What few shreds of humanity still remained in his heart, he feared would be forever lost before much longer. Each new day that dawned could be the day that he finally slipped away into the into being little more than a device, one whose only function was assassination. Put simply, a cold-hearted monster. That was the terrifying future he dreaded above all else. I absolutely need to succeed this time. I need to get out. His plan had two requirements he absolutely needed to meet in order to succeed. First off, he needed to avoid a direct confrontation with the Overseer. Second, Nine could not find out about his plan regardless of their partnership. He had to be careful to avoid even giving the impression that he longed for freedom. Of course, this meant that 3 would be forced to abandon 9, someone who had fought at his side through countless life or death situations. The girl was even younger than he was, but for all her genius, there seemed to be something off about her. Nonetheless, whenever 3 thought about the moment he would pull the trigger and finally put his plan in motion, he always felt a strange sensation welling up inside of him. Strangely enough, it was a desperate urge to fill her in. There were a number of times where 3 had tried, actually. Before he could even get the first word out, however, memories of Ace's sword speeding down toward him would flash through his mind. In the end, he always remained silent. I can't take this anymore. I can't let my scars define me. I know what I have to do. There's no other way. 3 shook off the thoughts plaguing him and returned his focus to preparing for his escape. The only person I can trust is myself. The rest of the day went by quickly, and before long, dusk began to settle on the town. The day saw 3's diligence pay off at last. His final preparations had gone as smoothly as he could have hoped for. The time had finally arrived. He would set his plan into motion that night. Once 9 fell asleep, he would leave town via the mountain road. Once in Calvard, he would be traveling by car, and he had already arranged for a rental to take him up north to a certain city. Once he arrived, he promptly set off for Liberl via one of the international airship routes that regularly departed from the city. He had yet to decide what to do after that point. He could stay a night or two in Liberl, or perhaps head over to Le Mans. In any case, he needed to get as far away from his current location as possible. He may have been in the lowest rung of the organization and had little idea what went on among its upper echelons, but he was determined to show them all that he was capable of casting off the shackles that had bound with him. Caw! Caw! That was my crow. You're welcome. His rising determination was interrupted by a crow flying into the room. It made a few circles in the air before landing on the table. What the? Taking a closer look at the bird, 3 noticed a specific crest adorning one of its legs. As he did, his face twisted into a grimace. It could only mean one thing. This was the method the Overseer used to communicate. Now? He wants to meet now? It hadn't even yet been an entire day since 3 had delivered the report. The briefing for the next mission, maybe? Even as he said the words, he was gripped with an indescribable sense of dread and anxiety. However much he wanted to simply ignore the summons, it was not a luxury that he could afford. The only chance his plan had of succeeding was if he were able to put a good amount of distance between himself and his would-be pursuers before the Overseer realized what had happened. Were 3 to ignore a direct order, however, the organization would immediately recognize it as an act of rebellion, one that would inevitably lead to his death. Mentally preparing himself for another encounter, one he could not avoid, 3 set out for the meeting location. The rendezvous point was the foot of a small hill deep within the mountains, the same site he had been just that morning. In fact, there remained no trace of the ominous, eerie stillness that pervaded the place before, however. Bathed by the light of the setting sun, the weathered boulders seemed wreathed in brilliant flames from a distance. 3 arrived to find 2 figures already waiting for him. The first was the Overseer, draped in the same tattered robe as usual. The other, The thought occurred to 3 that it made the man look more the part of a hermit arcana than it did the Emperor. At the man's side stood a young girl carrying a large stuffed bear, 9. Her attire was more or less the same as what she wore on the Haldor mission, with a few alterations to make it more functional and mobile. Her presence there did not cause any alarm for 3. After all, if they had been called to be briefed on their next mission, it was only natural that she would be summoned as well. Something felt different, however. 3 couldn't put his finger on it, but anxiety began gripping his chest.
So you've arrived,
the overseer said as 3 approached. Yes, what is my task? The initial exchange was the same as it always was. What happened afterward, however, was decidedly not.
Make your appeal.
My appeal? 3 said slowly, the anxiety in his chest rising.
I have received a report detailing your treachery from 9 of Swords.
I don't, 3 stammered. He was at an utter loss for words. He had calculated each and every outcome that could potentially happen, going over the steps in his head time and again. And the absolute worst one possible was now playing out right before his very eyes. A wave of despair washed over him. Could this really be happening again? Had 9 betrayed him just like Ace? It wasn't possible, 3 thought. He hadn't told her a thing. He knew that their relationship was strictly professional, and he could not, under any circumstances, trust her. That was just how partnerships in the organization worked. How could she have known? It didn't make any sense. There's been some kind of mistake. 3 attempted to defend himself, knowing full well it was a futile endeavor. You can't talk yourself out of this, S. No, 3 of Swords. 9 finally spoke, but her usual sleepy demeanor was nowhere to be found. Instead, her voice was crisp, her eyes alert. She removed a scrap of paper from within her bear and showed it to 3. This is your ticket for an airship voyage to Liberl, the one you booked for noon tomorrow. 3 felt the ground fall out from under him. Amidst his shock, a small part of him wanted to yell out that the ticket was a fake, that he had the real ticket, but to do so would be tantamount to suicide. 9 continued speaking, as though directly responding to 3's unspoken questions. The ticket you have in your possession is counterfeit. I swapped it for the genuine one while you weren't paying attention. Fresh from completing a mission that utilized this very same forgery, 3 now found himself the victim of the exact same trick. By the way, the name that you used to acquire this ticket was Rhines Fogert, student of Genis Royal Academy, correct? 9 continued. That's the same name you used for your false ID on one of our missions last year. That would mean you've been planning this for quite some time, wouldn't it? Despite the immediate threat to his life, 3 couldn't help but admire 9's genius, strangely enough. 3 decided he wouldn't even try to come up with an excuse. 9 had clearly seen right through his plan. She'd seen right into his mind. Really. There was just one part he didn't understand. Even if it was her duty to sell him out like this, even if she was a genius, he had been so cautious and prudent in every step of his plan, yet it had all been laid bare, seemingly without a trace of effort. How the hell did this happen? I take that expression to mean that you're trying to puzzle out just how your entire plan was exposed, 9 said, a slight smile plying at the corner of her lips. It was clear to 3 that she was toying with him now, mocking him. You do realize I've been watching you the whole time we've been partners, right? You've been my only target right from day one. Her tone was merciless, her words dripping with thinly veiled venom. Yes, I've been watching you, 3, inspecting, observing. The only real challenge was remaining patient as I waited for you to slip up and finally show your true colors. It's been that way since the moment I became your partner. 3 struggled to wrap his mind around what 9 was saying. The fact is, you did attempt to betray the organization, but if you hadn't, I would have falsified whatever I needed in order to ensure your demise. She continued to speak, leaving nothing unsaid despite the Overseer's presence. With each word, 3 felt more and more baffled. He could understand her observing him to the degree that their job required, but where was this malicious hatred of hers coming from? She'd felt this way from the start? Why? The Overseer, who had been silent for some time, let out a low, derisive laugh. I take it you have yet to figure it out? Who she is, I mean. 3 could not for the life of him figure out what this was supposed to mean. He looked over at 9, searching for some sort of clue. All he was met with, however, was a glare of pure hatred, one that made him shudder in fear. He had never seen her look that way before. Do you remember Ace of Swords, your former partner? She began before her voice gained a measured, deadly weight to it. The one you murdered? He was my brother. 3's world began spinning. He started to feel violently ill. His senses dulled, his mind went blank. It became hard to breathe, as though he were being pulled to the bottom of the sea, the air crushed out of his lungs by its unrelenting pressure. Now, after all this time, I can finally avenge his murder. 3 barely heard 9's words as his head swam with thoughts. Ace was 9's brother? She had known everything from the start? She had been biding her time, hiding her true intentions from the moment they met, always keeping a watchful eye for a suitable opponent to arise, an opportunity to claim her vengeance. Three stood there, dumbfounded, as though he had lost the ability to speak entirely. I see no need for you to sputter through an excuse, the Overseer said, reading the shock clearly written across Three's face. We have all the facts we need. We will begin purging from the organization. As per our rules, your partner, Nine of Swords, will now end your life. Hearing the Overseer's words, Nine stepped forward. If you wish for assistance in this task, he said, turning to her, you will not be penalized. The reward will remain the same. The only condition is that you must be the one to deliver the final blow. Once you have eliminated him, your obligations will be cleared, though I admit the idea of losing such talent pains me. The reward. The right to one's freedom gained by uncovering and then executing a partner who had betrayed the organization. The yearning for this freedom had dominated Three's existence for years, and now Nine would be the one to gain it in exchange for his life. Allow me the honor of doing it alone, she responded. I will avenge my brother's death with my own hands. She took a step forward, producing a number of poison needles from inside her bear. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched them at Three. He instinctively drew his sword and batted the needles out of the air. The combat tactics that had been drilled into him dictated he close the distance between them, yet he didn't take so much as a single step. His parry was purely reflexive, programmed into his mind through years of combat. He had no intentions of truly fighting back. Perhaps it was partially because he didn't want to hurt her. More than anything, however, it was because he knew that there was no point in resisting. Even if he did manage to best Nine, he would need to take on the Emperor afterward, and he knew that battle he had no chance of winning. Three simply accepted his fate was to die there, and there was nothing that he could do about it. Nine pulled out roughly twice as many needles as before and again launched them at her former partner. In response, he automatically drew his short sword and used both blades to swiftly deflect them. In Three's mind, The thought slowly began to sink in that this was his retribution for killing Ace. Or this was retribution for killing Ace. 9 leapt at him, closing the distance, and began attacking with an even greater intensity. Someone like me, 3 thought, someone who slaughters a friend to preserve his own life doesn't deserve freedom. Someone like me doesn't even deserve to live. 9 continued her assault, attacking with both her needles and her thread. Were this an ordinary situation, there was no chance she would be a match for 3 in a close quarters fight. However, his heart was not in the battle, causing a significant shift in the balance of power in the fight. Eventually, 9 managed to decisively gain the upper hand, successfully looping her thread around 3's neck. I'll die for her vengeance, he thought. Maybe that's the only outcome that makes sense. Maybe that's the end I deserve. 9 deftly moved her fingers, and the steel collar tightened around his neck. This is the end, she said in a flat, frigid tone. 3 knew what would happen next. He closed his eyes, choosing to wait his end in silence. But the cold embrace of death did not come. It's good. It's real good. Momo, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to Britopia. Pleasure to meet you. How's everybody doing? I hope you are all well, enjoying the read-through. Sorry. You know, obviously we'll catch up when I can. Promise. Instructor Sarah, good to see you, bud. Yeah, it sure fucking is, dude. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Holy mackerel. What, we got a couple of hours, right? Oh my god, it's 11:05? Dude, we got 4 more chapters to go? Dog, we're getting there. We got 2 hours. We're good. We're doing good. A-okay. But a hell of a story, dude. A hell of a story. Sarah, how you doing, bud? Chapter 6, 9 of Swords. This is real good. Dude, Zach, for real, man, this is a fucking baller story. It's so good, dude. It really is fucking amazing. Been better, but we're living. Sorry, dude. Glad that you're still living, though. That's the silver lining, right? You know? That's like the biggest plus of it all. But, hopefully things get better for you. Zach no longer has to read it. He can just listen to Neo read it. 3-9 is great. I believe in my 0.0025% for the giveaway. Hey, you know what? I don't remember. Who was it that won the last giveaway? I don't remember. When we did... Was it a copy of 0? Somebody won it with like a super duper slim chance of winning it. Was it Dawn? Was it Lower D? I don't remember what it was. Or it's just like a Steam gift card or something? I don't remember. Someone with like 1 ticket. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. Ocean Gale, you handsome son of a gun. Pleasure to see you. I won Xenoblade 3 with like a 0.02% chance. Is that what it was? Got a solid 69 tickets, and I'm not buying any more. I got a solid point. Yo, you know what? That's quite the flex, though. That was completely unintentional. Oh, really? I thought you were just sticking with 69. I was like, nice. For show. For sure. Nomira! Ocean Gale, I love you, brother. It's great to see you. Thank you very, very much for the update. Appreciate it, as always. I hope we were singing your praise earlier. I sent you a quick Discord message just to update you. Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate it a great deal. How's everything in north of the border? You doing good? How do I check my mirror? Do !Mira in chat. $2,100. Yo, you can definitely buy some tickets. And if you haven't gotten your first ticket for free, you enter !Ticket and you get that first freebie. And then, yeah, it's 500 mirror per other ticket after that. Again, if you enter exclamation point ticket to get your first ticket, the bot's not going to tell you that you got it, but rest assured you've got it. And if you don't trust me, which I'm fucking heartbroken, exclamation point giveaway in chat, that'll drop the link as well. Jose, there you go. Annexy, I think I've already seen you do ticket a couple times. Where's Onion? You know what? Low key, I had reached out. If we're talking about invalid, I've reached out on Discord just to make sure all is well. It had nothing to do with streams. It had nothing to do with anything other than just seeing if he's doing okay. I hope all has been in treating him well. So, you know, I extended a message. Unfortunately, didn't hear back. But I don't think I will, since I already own the game. Wouldn't want to win in place of someone who doesn't. But you can still participate if you would like, and then you can choose to give it to somebody else. Just want to try some gambling? It's fun, dude. It's fun. And again, like, to be entered into the raffle, you don't have to, hell, you don't even have to follow the channel. You don't have to subscribe. There's nothing monetary attached to it. It's just you accrue a channel currency called Mira, and we use that through Stream Elements. And you accrue it the same way you do channel points on Twitch. Just over time, you just naturally accrue it. So you don't have to do anything special. Like, there's no strings attached. So you just have to be here when we do the raffle, which is going to be when Reverie drops while we're downloading the client, probably after we read 3 and 9. You just have to be here if your name is called to get it. And then we need to be friends on Steam, because it's for a Steam digital copy of Trails into Reverie, just a standard edition. Since I already bought the game, my luck is tragic. There's no point in participating. I mean, you could just flex on. Flex on them all. Be like, guess who won? But I get it for sure. Yeah, in Dark Fantasy Realms, there are 10 chapters. So we're on 6. We got to do 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Again, it's for a Steam digital copy. So just remember that. I'm going to disappear for the stream for the next few weeks or so, more than I already do, to isolate or insulate myself from Reverie. Once my project is done, I plan to stream Reverie's Abyss Mode, blind myself as well. I hope everyone in this community will be in for the most wonderful ride starting today. It's finally arrived, guys. May all your time with Reverie be everything you've hoped and more. Ocean Gale, we love you, bro. For real. And I look forward to watching you play through it as well, my friend. The tactician that you are. I'm very, very much looking forward to it. No, okay, cool. I was waiting for an update from daycare. Excuse me. What difficulty are you going to play on for the first playthrough? Normal. I'm just a filthy casual. All I play is on normal. That's it. Which, I don't think it'll be necessary. If I have to drop it down to easy, I will. But I'm in it for the story, not the struggle. Dude, I struggle on normal mode. You know? So yeah, it's just going to be normal mode. Normal difficulty. That is all. Everything okay with Youngblood? Youngblood's good, dude. Yeah, so we have an app for his daycare, and they'll, you know, so like there's a digital report that gets posted every day, like what he eats for lunch, his naps, yada yada yada, notes and stuff like that. Excuse me, and more often than not, they'll post pictures throughout the day, so I just always look to see if we're good. Hey, Dylan, thank you very much for the sub, dude. Enjoy your emotes as well. Your fleet of animated Monados, and a whole bunch of Trails goodness. Also, there's, if you use BTTV, or what's the other one called? 7 something? I don't remember. 7 TV. Do I ever replay on higher difficulties? Absolutely not. But, so when we, like within Discord too, and I'll drop this here, obviously there's no obligation. We have a fantastic community Discord if you'd like to join. Culture, laughs, love, food, sports, video games, you name it. But we voted on what we were going to play in between, because we finished P5R, and then we had to wait for Reverie. and we were gonna do a Sky FC New Game Plus run on a harder difficulty, but it didn't win. So, but no, I'm just a casual, normal playing guy. That's it. Love the conviction in your answer. It's all you're gonna get, dude. Full disclosure, transparency. I was planning on doing it for a while now since I love your videos on YouTube and Twitch. Well, thank you very, very much, man. It's like, it's never, ever, like, nobody's under any obligation to subscribe or anything like that. So I appreciate it. And again, like I've said it before, and I'll continue to say it because it's just how I really feel. Like, to be able to do this, I love to do this, and I love to encounter people that we can talk about games, we can enjoy games together, or if I'm able to connect on YouTube and, you know, just whatever it may be. It's just, I love it very, very much. How do you put to see how many tickets you have? You put in the giveaway? Dark Fantasy Realms, if you do ! giveaway and click that link. Click the link. It shows you all of your information for the giveaway. I'm Abyss, my first playthrough, Zally said pretentiously. Humble flex. Dark Fantasy Realm. So if you just click the big public link, if you do ! giveaway, that drops your public link. And I'll say this for everybody else again too. It gives you all of the information for the giveaway. Always have, always will. It'll show you how many tickets you have. It'll show you how to accrue Mira, which is you just sit here. But it'll show you everything. Yeah, right there, notification. Thank you. Sorry, I'm on my phone. You don't have to apologize for nothing. Apologize for nothing, Bubbaloo. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Ocean going through the hard. It's gonna be a good one, dude. Okay, let me give my eyes a rub. Still very warm down here. It's okay. We're going. All right, so chapter 6, Nine of Swords. My mother died soon after I was born. From that point, it was just me, my older brother, and our dad. As far back as I can remember, my dad was a monster. He took the Mira Mom left us and used it entirely for himself, spending each day drinking it away. He made no effort to put it to good use, to do anything that might help our family. And when he was in a bad mood, what little safe haven we had was violently wrestled away. My brother acted more like a parent to me than Dad ever did. Whether at home or out somewhere else, he always protected me. I really hated that house, but I always felt like it was bearable when he was there by my side. Those days didn't last long, however. I was still quite young when the household ran out of money and Dad decided to put us to work. There weren't many options for a child to earn much Mira, though, and even between my brother and I, our income barely made a scratch in the mounting debt. One day, my brother vanished and Dad announced that he had let him spread his wings. In other words, he had abandoned him. It was at that point that I stopped thinking of that monster as a family. Even in such an awful situation, I still held on to the idea that my brother would come back to me one day. That meant my only option was to stay there until he did. 3 long years later, I finally received a letter from him. He wrote that he was in a miserable place, but that he was managing to stay alive. I was able to send him a reply via the same method, thrilled to have a connection with him once again. I eventually found out he was being forced to work as a killer for a shadowy society called the Organization. The things he said he had to do were awful, inhuman. Just from reading his words, I could feel his pain as though it was my own. He said that the Organization was nightmarishly strict, and that it was only thanks to his partner that he was able to send me letters in the first place. My brother wrote a lot about his partner, describing him as a true friend, almost like a younger brother. This was the only topic when I saw his writing soften when he seemed happy. Naturally, I found myself wanting to meet this person, but that was impossible, and I knew it. I couldn't even meet with my own sibling, let alone his partner in some secret assassin cabal. We continued exchanging letters like this for some time, but even that came to an end. The household ran out of Mira again, and I knew what was coming. I could tell it would soon be my turn to leave. I wrote my brother telling him as such. He wrote back telling me that he and his partner decided to escape the organization. I could sense from his words just how resolved he was to do it. He followed his declaration with a promise to come for me, to get me out of that hellhole of a home. What followed, however, at the very end of his letter was a grim note. If this escape somehow ends in failure, I'm going to prioritize my partner's life over my own. If it comes down to it, I'll sacrifice everything to make sure he at least gets out of here. You can trust him. If anything happens, you can rely on him to help. That was the last letter I received from him. In the end, he never came back for me, and our dad kicked me out just as I thought he would. My head had become a slovenly mess. Or he had become a slovenly mess. From the look of it, he had gotten himself addicted to some especially nasty substances, the kind that tend to quickly drain one's finances. I knew that they were destroying him physically as well, but I had stopped caring long ago. I was done with that disgusting scumbag I once called a dad. I used an intermediary to secure an opportunity to join the organization. It was right as I was entering training, and I learned of my brother's death. I was told he was killed by his own partner. It was then my world began to fall apart. I threw myself headlong into my training, not thinking of anything else. I was distraught and trying to escape reality however I could. I ignored everyone around me and even myself. I let my soul slip into hibernation and fully assumed the role of one of the organization's tools. During the day, I would follow orders not thinking of myself, but then night would come and I'd have nothing to distract me. My mind would be tormented by thoughts of my brother's passing. The realization that I was now truly alone in this world shook me, as did the notion that my hands would soon be irreversibly stained with blood. Once the fear set in, there was no escaping it, and I gradually lost the ability to sleep properly. The body does have a limit, of course, and I'd actually fall unconscious for about an hour a night. 2 if I was really lucky. But it wasn't sleep, not really. It was far too shallow for me to physically or mentally recover much, and what little rest I did get was plagued with nightmares. Even after I had woken up, those bizarre, horrid sensations remained. A year passed like this with no improvement whatsoever. Despite that, I was able to graduate from the factory at an exceptionally fast pace. That was when I finally had a chance to meet him, the boy who had fought alongside my brother as his partner. He had just finished his own re-education, a consequence of betraying the organization. As fate would have it, we were assigned partners. He was the one who had stolen my brother from me, so I was resolved to despise him from the moment we met. I quietly kept a close eye on him, observing each and every one of his movements. Before long, though, something unexpected happened. Perhaps all of my pent-up fear and exhaustion had finally boiled over. Perhaps it was just my instincts telling me the truth I had been ignoring. Whatever the reason, one day we were out on a mission and I found myself able to sleep when I was next to him. I mean, actually sleep, deeply and soundly for the first time in an entire year. There was something about his presence that gave me a sense of security. It wasn't unlike how I remembered feeling being next to my brother, strangely enough. When I woke from this much-needed rest, so many things came rushing back. Suddenly, without warning, I found myself bawling, and as those tears came pouring out, the chains that had sealed away my heart slowly began to loosen. I started feeling human again. I could feel my emotions for the first time in what felt like an eternity. As soon as he saw me crying, the boy quickly came over to console me, but that just made me sob harder. I quickly discovered my new partner really was the person my brother wrote so fondly about. Blunt and a little awkward, but overall a deeply kind person and a very thoughtful partner. Despite being shackled to the organization and forced to kill for years, he had yet to fully surrender his humanity. He did seem to be bearing a great sorrow, one far more intense than anything my brother had described. I could tell he wasn't the kind of person capable of betraying and murdering a friend to ensure his own survival. Given my brother's letter, it wasn't hard to work out what really had happened. After making their escape, the two were backed into a corner, and their prospects were grim. Rather than both of them being killed, it was better than at least one of them survived. The only way for that to happen was for one to kill the other, to gain forgiveness in the eyes of the organization. My brother knew his partner would reject the idea, though, and that even if he did accept it, he would insist on playing the part of the sacrifice. I am absolutely sure of that much. That's why my brother ended up feigning betrayal in order to get his partner to fight back and ultimately kill him. It was a plan that would spare his partner's life, but also deeply scar him in the only way an unexpected betrayal could. From that point on, being near him was the only way I was able to feel secure enough to sleep. And sleep I did every chance I got. Midday during our missions, if there was even the slightest opportunity, I was out like a light. After all, I needed to catch up on a year of rest I had been robbed of. It was a truly surprising turn of events for me, to say the least. I soon learned the boy was tormented by constant nightmares. I imagine the incident with my brother played a big role. There were so many moments where I saw how he was suffering and wanted to tell him the truth, but I would always stop myself at the last second, telling myself the time wasn't right. Our missions occasionally called for performance of a sort to deceive onlookers. He was always pretty terrible at it. It was hard to say why exactly that was, though. His movements were fine enough, and as were his facial expressions. The factory emphasized all those things in its teachings, so he had received ample instruction there. It was just that he always seemed to overdo things or drastically underdo them. I wondered if it may have had something to do with the unshakable seriousness he always seemed to have about him. It could be a real problem sometimes, even to the point where he would become more of a liability than an asset. An onlooker with half a brain would be able to tell something was less than genuine about his performances. I came to the conclusion that he was just naturally bad at deceiving others. That's why I had to keep my plans from him, to prevent his terrible poker face from giving us away. He'd been earnestly working on his escape for a very long time. I, of course, understood the immense difficulty to that task and why he had to keep it to himself. Still, it made me a bit sad that he never spoke to me about it. He was in a precarious position given the organization still had its doubts about him. I wasn't about to do anything to put him at risk, of course, but his shaky acting alone could very well have led the organization seeing through his carefully laid scheme. If that happened, it would be the end of him, no question about it. The situation hadn't quite reached that point yet, but I knew it was only a matter of time before it did. After the Haldor Barn mission had wrapped up, I went to make my report. The man I ported to had an aura unlike anything I'd ever felt. He was the evil monster who managed the two of us, the organization's overseer, the Emperor. He was the one forcing us to kill. His face was always obscured by a robe, but it failed to mask the malice that overflowed from him. That day he had a quiet, deadly exuberance about him, like a hawk that had locked onto its prey. There was no mistaking it. I knew he had caught on to my partner. He knew he intended to betray the organization again. I knew he would gleefully purge him when the time came, and that this time was getting closer and closer by each passing day. If that's how things were going to be, I told myself I would just have to get ahead of them and put my own plan into motion. The Emperor's intentions were obvious. Aware of the cruel history my partner and I shared, He had made us partners in a bid to slowly push me toward revenge. He knew I'd eventually break and sell my partner out, forcing him to go through another bitter betrayal. The Emperor was looking forward to watching it all unfold. We were both tools of the organization and the personal playthings of the Emperor's. So I decided to give him exactly what he wanted to see. Once I'd finished my mission report, I told the Emperor of my partner's intent to betray the organization. I then shared my plan to lure him to a specific place where I would then eliminate him. I gave a detailed explanation, making it as enticing as possible for the Emperor. It was easy enough to gain the consent. Even with his face hidden under the cowl, he could hardly contain the excitement in his voice over the coming slaughter. The laugh that escaped his throat was a sound so vile, it still haunts me to this day. Later that evening, my partner arrived at the designated location, the base of a hill deep in the mountains. At first, he was horribly shaken by the realization that he'd been betrayed again. Then he learned who my brother was, though. His face changed. I watched his surprise turn to despair, which in turn shifted to absolute acceptance of his fate. To call what I saw heart-wrenching didn't do it justice. I focused my efforts on giving him the most vicious glare possible, one equal parts mocking and murderous. I came up with the foulest, most malicious things I could bear to say, trying to cut him in his very core. After all, the Emperor was standing right next to me, and I was to be convincing. I couldn't afford even the slightest hesitation. I stepped forward. I was going to eliminate him. I shifted closer to my partner in order to facilitate my threat attacks, or so I made it appear. My true objective was to put some distance between myself and the Emperor. Once I had my thread around his neck, the battle was as good as over. From there, I knew I could end his life with the flick of a finger. A transparent cord ran through the center of the web of thread under my control. Manipulating this cord allowed me to set off a chain reaction that twisted into a complex spiral shape I would often use to trap distant foes during missions. Fully focused on watching his toys in the throes of bloodthirsty vengeance, it was the Emperor who had relaxed his guard the most. Right at the climax of our battle, I seized the opportunity, and with perfect timing, I was able to ensnare the unwitting Emperor, leaving him shackled and immobile. The key was the transparent cord. It may not have had the same cutting power as steel thread, but it was more than twice as strong. Even so, I couldn't count on it to hold the Emperor for long. Without a moment's delay, I summoned all my strength to pull on another cord. A low rumble sounded out, and a section of the rocky hill collapsed, dropping a torrent of rubble below. I had taken my time to find the perfect location, one with brittle bedrock that I could have break away on cue. The stones roared and tumbled in a huge wave, hurtling down toward the Emperor. In the middle of it all was a giant boulder more than 10 arch across. Time seemed to slow as it fell directly down at the Emperor's head, the thunder of a rock slide drowning out all other sounds. Finally, it all came crashing down. The aftermath looked as though a catastrophic earthquake had just taken place. The Emperor had taken a direct hit from the massive boulder. There was no way he could have survived that. Even if somehow he had, he was now buried alive. My partner looked on in confusion, still processing what had just happened. "S!" I cried out, finally able to use the name I preferred to call him by. I ran over to him and buried my head into his chest. This was where I felt the most safe, by his side. I nuzzled up against him, holding him tight, never wanting him to let go. I had never hugged him before then. I had always been too afraid to do so. "I'm so sorry I said those horrible things," I sobbed. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you the truth." There was so much more to explain, but those were the things I wanted to say to him most. Even though he was still reeling from everything that had just happened, he was still kind enough to hold me close and try to calm me down. 9, what in the world? Before he could finish his sentence, something I never predicted happened. The small mountain of fallen rocks and boulders shifted slightly. Pebbles began to rise up into the air. It was slow, but unmistakable. What is happening? Dumbfounded, all we could do was look on in confusion. Is it some kind of space element art? There's no way, I mused aloud. No, that didn't seem right. Perhaps it was some kind of device that functioned the same way as an airship's anti-gravity components? I didn't understand what was happening. I just sat there, staring blankly, my mind racing for an explanation. Before I could reach one, however, my partner spoke, his voice steeped in panic. That's the Emperor's power! But that would mean... It meant the Emperor was still alive. More and more rocks began floating upward, taking their place among the ever-increasing collection gently balancing in the air. 9, we need to move! I continued to sit there, absolutely at a loss at what to think. 3 grabbed my hand and we set off at a sprint. We were able to cover a good amount of distance before we heard what sounded like a massive explosion behind us. We turned to see boulders and rocks of all sizes being flung upward into the sky, like a volcano erupting before our eyes. Gnarly! Let's go. It just keeps getting better. Ichi, what's good, big dog? Good to see you, bro. Chacho. Trails refusing to compromise on the wackiness of its twists, even in the books? Yeah. This is the power of friendship. This is like a power of maternal friendship, I feel. When it comes to crashing down, it hurts inside. Trails and Games books have better story than some full Western RPGs. Dude, it's crazy. Not much is sitting here in class? Are you, class is at home, right? Hey, Nightblight, how are you, bud? For work, not school? Gotcha. Apparently, I missed the start of the book. It's okay. If you want to, listen to it in your spare time, I'll probably upload this reading into our playlist over on YouTube as well. We'll just put it as another cozy reading. But it's all good. How are you? How is everything? Happy Reverie release day, everybody. Glad I could make it. Did they release? No, the game doesn't release till about 1 p.m. Eastern. So we got a little bit. How much time? How much time? It's 11:30? Oh, hey, hold on. Now there's a picture of Youngblood. And I have an itchy nose. What's new? The size of this beak? Who lives in the ocean? Youngblood said, a crab. Youngblood's not wrong, I think. I mean, he's doing something right, which is good. Trails to Reverie playlist, days 0, 3, and 9 reading. Oh, I see what you're saying, Annexy. The crab, there are crabs, lots of them. I'm guessing it's going to be a full price game. Oh yeah, why would you think any otherwise? Of course it's going to be a full price game. There's going to be DLC, the whole shebang-a-bang, too. Summer sale? Dog, it's a new release. They never do sale on new release. Falcom does deserve every penny. I concur. Yeah, there's like $40 DLCs, the whole shebang. Chapter 7. New games don't go on sale just because it's summer. Yeah. Time is going so slow. Would be very unconfident to sale on release. Oh, yeah, definitely wouldn't. I'm gonna use the bathroom again real quick, and Walter's still good, so we don't have to take a fucking 15-minute. Walter's gotta take a dump. You know what else lives in the ocean? Water. Lots of water. Tons of water. More water than space. That's a lie. But definitely a lot of water. BRB, promise. All right, Walter, time to take over and read. I also had myself a banana and a yogurt, little snacky poo. It was good. Ocean Matter, Neo Gale. The fact that some of those DLC packs include Zemarian Ore, which, if I recall, isn't an endgame, Matt. Si, senor. Yeah, Nightblight, I'm with you. I am. Philly! What's up, man? How are you? My name's quite unfortunate now. You know how many friends have memed me since that stupid submarine under the company, Ocean Gate? Honestly, because I'm such a bot, I didn't even put that together. Ouch. One whole friend. But that's all it took for me to be the guy that's now known as the guy who actually blew up the sub. Ugh. You poor soul. Dude. Awful! Coffee? Banana, a yogurt, we're good. My body is ready. My body is also ready, friend. How you doing, my guy? What's good? Happy time zones? Game unlocks in an hour and 20. All right, we got a boogie. We gotta go. We got 3 more chapters. The irony they used a gaming controller to pilot it. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's again, like, it's just an unfortunate. It's unfortunate loss. It's unnecessary loss. There's nothing you can't learn about the Titanic online, in books, everywhere. There is nothing new to learn about the Titanic. That was strictly millionaires being like, yeah, I want to go see the Titanic, to say that I can go see the Titanic. Senseless loss. That's what it is, in my opinion. Chapter 7, Tears and Promises. All right. 3 and 9 ducked into a mountain cave on the outskirts of Luzon. They had fled from the Emperor as fast as her legs could carry them and were now completely out of breath. As they sat there together, 9 told 3 everything she had kept from him up until then. She told him about Ace, about herself, and details of her plan, and finally, what Ace's true intentions were on that night 3 years ago. Excuse me. At the start, 3 occasionally chimed in or asked questions, but as the conversation went on, he fell silent. By the end, his head was hung so low that 9 couldn't see his expression. He had been utterly convinced that his friend, his one true friend, had betrayed him, when in reality, Ace had sacrificed his life to ensure 3 would survive. And as thanks for that incredibly selfless act, 3 had not only killed him, but had spent the past 3 years despising his memory. Then came his sister, risking her life to save her brother's killer. 3 felt his chest tighten up as a wild mix of emotions ran through his head, threatening to overpower him. He was grateful for being fortunate enough to have 2 people in his life, Ace and 9, who he could fully trust. At the same time, he felt a bottomless well of anger burst up. Anger at himself, the pathetic excuse for a human being that he was. Battered by his storm of emotions, his breathing became increasingly ragged. S, are you crying? 9 looked on in concern. Having finished her story, she didn't need a response, however. 3's pained silence spoke volumes. I'm fine, he said, returning to his usual blunt tone. Is there anything I can do to make you feel better? 9 asked. I'm fine. Despite his words, 3's head still hung low. You're an awful actor, but you're an even worse liar when you're not performing, you know that? 3 sunk down to his knees. 9 moved over him, taking his head in her hands. She began gently ruffling his hair like a mother comforting a child. Everything's okay now, she murmured gently. It's all okay. But I... 3 stammered, his voice growing weak and hoarse. The last bits of 3's facade broke down, overwhelmed by 9's kindness, and he relented at last. 9 was younger than 3 and definitely looked the part, but in that moment she showed an almost motherly level of understanding and compassion. For someone like 3 who grew up without that warmth, it was his first time being comforted by someone, his first time feeling that warmth of a family. I know how strong you've had to be, S. I know how hard it's been for so long, but it's okay now, I promise. No longer able to hold his emotions back, he finally broke down. A lifetime's worth of tears came flooding out of his eyes all at once. I'm such a wretched excuse for a... He sobbed, no longer able to control his voice in the slightest. Hot tears poured down his cheeks, staining the cool floor of the cave. That's not true. You know that's not true, Nine said softly, continuing to run her fingers through his hair. Why am I still alive? Why isn't Ace here instead? He weakly slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. Not another word of that. I won't hear it. You're the one who's been there for me the past few years. You, S. It's because of me that Ace... Listen, that just means you need to fight twice as hard. You're living for him now, too. I... Three's words failed him as he was overtaken by sobbing, his years of pain and suffering pouring out of him. After some time, Three was able to calm himself down somewhat and regain his composure. I'm here for you, so you don't have to cry, Nine told him. But if you ever want to, then that's okay too. So which is it then? Three retorted, his detached demeanor creeping back. He suddenly became aware of the fact that he was in her arms and hurriedly pulled away, immediately shifting the conversation back towards exchanging information in an attempt to mask his sudden embarrassment. They finished catching up and turned their attention to their current predicament. So the Overseer had figured me out. He knew I was going to try to make a run for it, and that's why you moved to strike first in order to outmaneuver him, Three thought out loud. That's right. I've been watching the whole time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to take him down. I wish you'd told me beforehand. And let you spoil the element surprise with your awful acting skills? Nine gave a wry grin. Yeah, I don't think so. Three's face scrunched up a bit. Both Nine and the Emperor had caught on to his plan, so there was little room to defend himself in that regard. I chose the moment he'd be the most distracted, Nine continued, switching to a serious expression. My timing was perfect, and my preparations were more than enough, but despite all that, despite everything, despite being buried under a pile of massive boulders, the Emperor was still very much alive. No matter how much she thought, Nine completely couldn't figure out how it was possible. It's likely his power at work, Three said. He had said the same thing earlier, right as they took off running. What exactly is his power? Nine asked. I'm fairly certain he can control gravity somehow, Three said. He did something similar when Ace and I fought him 3 years ago. Three retched open a bitter, painful memory and began replaying what he remembered to Nine. He and Ace had been able to fend off the first 2 pairs of assailants sent after them by the organization, but then they had come to face the Emperor. Even with the element of surprise on their side, even when they coordinated their attacks perfectly, facing him proved exceptionally difficult. They found their bodies heavy and clumsy, and their movements lacked precision and skill. The Emperor, on the other hand, was nimble as could be, almost inhumanly so, and the two were quickly overpowered. So what do you think? Three looked at Nine, awaiting her input. There was no sign of him starting... I fucked it up. There was no sign of him starting any cast or charge up, so I doubt he's using arts, she said. Her brow furrowed in thought. As for a portable gravity manipulation device small enough for a single person to carry and conceal, well, given modern technology, it's seriously hard to imagine. He might have an artifact or something like that. An avalanche couldn't kill him, and he has enough precise control to be able to move individual stones and boulders. Nine scratched her head in frustration. This sucks. We really don't have a lot to go on here. She paused, thinking a moment more, and then continued. In any case, unless something major changes, he's too powerful for us. Any attempt at a direct attack is going to result in our deaths. They fell silent for a time until 3 spoke up, a grave expression on his face. If the time comes when we have to choose, we're going to prioritize your life, 9. You need to be the one to Stop it! 9 silenced 3 with an outburst of pure emotion, far more raw than her usual self. But then at least you'd be able to... If you die, I'm going right after you, she shouted. I'll do it myself. I have to. The calm, motherly figure from before was nowhere to be seen. 9 was in a frenzy now, almost like a child throwing a tantrum. Regardless of her tone, however, her words were heartfelt and earnest. I can't go back to not being able to sleep. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I can't go back to being alone. The weight of her feelings was clear to 3. Seeing this, he let out a short sigh. Then you have my word. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. That's not what I'm asking for. Okay, you're right, 3 said, taking a deep breath. Then I promise that we'll survive this. We'll get through it together. 9 looked at 3 with imploring, almost pleading eyes. You swear? I swear, he said. Now, if we're going to have any chance at all, we'll need to do everything perfectly. The rock slide was massive enough that despite the fact that he survived it, it was hard to imagine the Emperor was completely unscathed. If they tried to flee now, the organization would quickly find them again, and they would have to contend with the Emperor at his full strength. The pair knew that if they were going to make a move, now was the time. Let's do it then. We'll take him out. Heavy. Herman, what's good, my guy? Very heavy. The irony is that she's being a mother figure here, despite being younger than him by quite a bit. Falcom really likes her overpowered little sibling character archetypes. I do it too. I enjoy it. It's, again, man, it's always that familial bond that I always latch onto, and that I love oh so very much. Chapter 8! It's noon. We got an hour. We got a boogie woogie. Three and 9 returned to the hill, or more accurately, where the hill used to be. It was now completely unrecognizable. A sizable chunk of it was gone, having been strewn about the area in the form of countless bits of rubble. The Emperor stood right where they had left him, seemingly unfazed. As 3 and 9 surmised, he had sustained at least some manner of injury. Nothing major, but his ever-present robe, under which he had hidden his face, had been reduced to little more than a shredded cape. Underneath, he wore a gold helmet bearing a crown design. In his hand, he carried a golden scepter with a spherical tip, and his body was covered in golden armor. The word ostentatious was insufficient to describe his heavily gilded countenance. Everything about him suggested both needless grandeur and wicked condescension. I knew you would return. You two aren't complete fools after all, the Emperor called out to them. 3 and 9 remained silent as they slowly approached. So, have you decided? Which of you two will gain the organization's forgiveness? 3 and 9 turned to each other and nodded. 3 removed his hand from his sword, leaving it sheathed. 3 knelt down and closed his eyes, showing acceptance of what was to come. In response, 9 pulled out some of her poison needles and silently launched them at 3's neck. Or at least that's how she made it appear. At the last moment before the needles parted from her fingers, she deftly altered their trajectory, sending them speeding toward the Emperor instead. The envenomed projectiles whizzed perfectly through the air as ever. However, as they neared their intended target, they suddenly curved downward sharply, plummeting harmlessly to the ground. Very well. I hear your answer loud and clear, the Emperor proclaimed, looking up at the pair. You both wish to die today. Not a chance, Nine called out, throwing another volley of needles directly at the Emperor. Their trajectory suddenly shifted again, this time upward. From his kneeling position, 3 quickly shifted his stance and pushed forward off the ground with all of the power he could muster in his legs. He launched himself at the Emperor, breaking into a full-on charge. We've had enough! You're the one meeting their death today! 3 began slashing away at his target with incredible speed. His lightning-quick strikes grew slow and sluggish as soon as they neared the Emperor, however. With his assailant's speed so drastically curbed, the man was able to use his gold scepter to effortlessly bat aside the boy's assault. In that same instant, 9's second set of needles changed direction mid-air and began falling straight toward the Emperor. She had managed to calculate the range of his gravitational field with just a single throw. Once she understood its effect on the projectile, she was able to revise her trajectory. Moreover, she had factored in the increased acceleration from the higher gravity, meaning her needles would hit harder than normal. Despite all that, her attack was neutralized by a flick of the Emperor's gilded arm. It was still not enough to penetrate his armor. It was, however, more than sufficient to arouse his ire.
You dare defy me?
Livid, he swung his scepter downward. 3 immediately reacted, just barely managing to block the attack with his sword. Even so, the impact alone threw him back several arge. 3 could feel his brain rattle in his skull from the force of the blow. There was no way the Emperor's physical strength and the weight of the scepter alone could do that. It occurred to 3 that there must have been another way he was able to manipulate gravity.
You will be purged,
the Emperor said in a low growl. The same words 3 had heard him say a few hours ago and 3 years ago. When the Emperor spoke like this, it was nothing less than the arbitration of a death sentence. At the sound of those words, past memories bubbled up in 3's mind, and an old terror began to grip him. His legs grew wobbly, and he started to stagger. One glance back at 9 was all it took for him to restore his resolve. He forced himself back onto his feet, reflexively snapping into a fighting stance, and 9 continued to provide cover fire with her needles as he resumed his assault. Their approach proved no more fruitful than before. Even so, as 3 continued to fight under such grueling conditions, he slowly became more capable. His understanding of his foe's gravitational trickery improved, and his strikes grew more swift and precise as a result. The way his muscles intuitively reacted, the angle and the speed at which he swung his sword, he was slowly chipping away at the Emperor's overwhelming advantage. Though 3 may not have enjoyed the same powers of insights his partner possessed, his skills in close quarters combat were elite by even the most exacting of standards. For her part, 9's cover was solid and unwavering. Realizing her needles had no hope of piercing the Emperor's golden plating, she had instead begun aiming for gaps between its pieces. It was an incredibly difficult task, but as she grew more accustomed to the disrupting effects of the gravitational field, she was gradually getting closer. She began weaving in offensive arts along with her volleys of needles in order to keep the Emperor on his toes. Her attacks appeared simple enough for her foe to deal with, but they still managed to pull his attention away from 3, even if only for a moment. The fight raged on, and after a bit of time, 3 and 9 appeared to have finally begun gaining the upper hand, yet the Emperor did not seem fazed in the slightest. His expression was unreadable beneath the shadows of his helmet, but it was clear from his body language he still believed himself fully in control of the situation. 3 managed to land the occasional strike, but even his sword seemed to do little against the Emperor's impossibly resilient armor. In an attempt to land a heavier blow, 3 launched himself into the air, intending to let the gravity carry his swords downwards as 9's needles had. However, he found himself soaring up far higher than he had intended. Impossibly so, as though he had suddenly sprouted wings. His mark completely missed. He lost his sense of balance and began tumbling through the air. He quickly realized it could only have been due to more of his foe's trickery. Reduced gravity? Expertly seizing the opening, the Emperor raised his scepter overhead, then swiftly swung it downward. As if mimicking this motion, 3 suddenly dropped out of the air down to the hard ground below like a ragdoll. Gah! The air knocked out of his lungs. 3 struggled to catch his breath, spitting up mouthfuls of blood in between gasps. Get out of the way! He's not done! Saved by 9's frantic warning, 3 just barely managed to roll out of the way. A split second later, the scepter slammed down into the ground where he had just been. The gravity-enhanced scepter connected with the rocky ground below. It let out a powerful blast, leaving a crater in its wake. S! The resulting shockwave launched 3 to the side, knocking him to relative safety. Had he had taken a direct hit, he would have been completely pulverized. Though dazed, he was still aware enough to signal to 9 that he was okay. He forced himself to his feet. Excuse me. The battle had completely changed. The Emperor had begun manipulating gravity levels on a constant cycle, and 3 was forced into a defensive position. Whenever he managed to get a handle on his foe's barrage of attacks, he found the gravity level altered yet again, forcing him to start back at 0. It was impossible for him to fight in such a ever-changing condition. The situation was taxing for 9 as well. She found herself forced to constantly recalculate the field's range and gravity value, severely reducing the number of effective attacks she was able to launch. Despite their bleak outlook, the 2 of them continued to hold out. Even when pressured, 3 served as an excellent vanguard, consistently denying the Emperor any opportunities for a decisive strike. 9, meanwhile, continued to back him up, flawlessly, acting with a surgical precision that ensured no opening went to waste. S! She called out to him as he leapt back, putting some distance between himself and the Emperor. I think I figured something out! Let's hear it. 3 waited for her to continue, keeping his guard up and watching closely for any signs of attack from the Emperor. Have you noticed anything different from when you and Ace fought him before? Was he carrying anything in his left hand back then? 3 glanced at his foe's left hand. Seeing it empty, he thought back to 3 years ago. Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure he had an orb with him. Purple with a golden scepter of a crow on it. The battle back then was completely one-sided. Just as I suspected, 9 nodded. 3 had also sensed something was different, but had simply chalked it up to the Emperor toying with them, as he didn't consider them to be true threats to him. Factoring in what 9 had just pointed out, however, cast things in a much different light.
Oh, so you've realized?
The Emperor paused his onslaught, as though in recognition of 9's keen observation.
You seem the implements he has on him now?
Oh, boys. I suspect at one point he had 4 different artifacts that let him control gravity. 4, huh? 3 said, taking note of the Emperor's equipment. Right, a helmet with a crow motif that can increase or reduce the overall level of gravity, armor that absorbs the force imparted by attacks the moment they are received, a scepter that sends out a devastating gravitational wave when it makes contact with its target, and an orb with a crow perched on that which allows its wielder to alter gravity on a target-by-target basis. 9 paused her explanation for a moment as she looked defiantly at the Emperor. The reason he had worn that tattered cloak was now clear. If someone were to wield so many artifacts at once as he did, it would be necessary to conceal them. Failure to do so would surely attract unwanted attention from the church. Now that you mention it, this time around he hasn't been moving faster while slowing us down at the same time, 3 said. When we fought him before, we couldn't even touch him. It was true that in their fight against him, 3 and Ace had been struggling under different levels of gravity than the Emperor. There was no doubt he was toying with them in the present, but at the very least, both sides were battling under the same levels of gravity, constantly shifting though they were. As such, the pair's odds of winning were much better this time around. I think he either lost the orb at some point, or it was destroyed, or at least damaged in the rock slide, Nine explained. The pair realized that if this were true, now was their best chance to take down the Emperor once and for all. A talented fool indeed. The Emperor's voice was low, tinged with a hint of perverse delight. The artifacts I wear are collectively known as the Monarch's Regalia. I'm impressed you were able to analyze their capabilities in such a limited amount of time. You, Nine of Swords, are truly outstanding. I don't want your praise, freak. Ignoring Nine's retort, the Emperor continued on his exhilaration, giving way to a violent savagery. But even the greatest tool is worthless if it is not to submit to its rightful place in my hands. His body began levitating, broken chunks of earth underfoot raising upward with him. With all the force he could muster, he swung his scepter into a nearby boulder. And worthless tools must be disposed of. In that instant, the boulder shattered into shards of all shapes and size and were sent rocketing towards Nine. Watch out, 3 cried. The shards flew like a salvo of bullets from 1,000 different guns, all of them pointed directly at one target. It was a grim sight, not unlike a single soldier standing before the assault of an entire army. Panicked, 3 rushed into the line of fire. He brandished his sword and did everything he could to prevent the shards from reaching 9. He deflected and broke what he could, using his body as a shield for the rest, but there was a considerable distance between him and 9, one he could not so easily cover. By the time he had leapt in the way, a great many shards were already too far ahead. 3 was too late. 9 had no realistic chance of avoiding the entirety of the attack, and instead devoted her efforts to simply avoiding the worst of the pieces of stone flying at her. There were far too many, however, and one managed to slip through her defenses. She suffered a direct hit to the abdomen, and a red mist sprayed from her mouth as she crumpled to the earth. Golly. It's so intense, dude. Dax, good to see you, man. Feel like I found the only Legend of Heroes waiting room on the internet. So excited. Yo, Atlas Commando, welcome in, dude. It's a pleasure to have you here, dude. Yeah, this is our ultimately our second reading. We've done a reading before of 3 and 9, but a reading of 3 and 9 before Reverie drops. Very, very exciting day, and it's great to have you here, dude. So welcome in. We got a little bit more to go. Valimar, good to see you, bud. At least we got to see his drip this time. Yes. Yeah, definitely, Dan. Is it starting to click more for you, Neo? In what regards, Gaming's 5? I don't want to, like, go too far into... Like the kids look familiar now, like that banner that we have in our Discord. Took a few days off to enjoy some Reverie. Yo, Atlas, I'm always off on Fridays and Saturdays, but I took Monday off from work to play all day as well, so. The novel itself, yes. Oh, yeah. It makes more sense reading it through the second time for me. I feel like sometimes the first time I'll read through something, I'm just like, I'm reading words. That's all I'm doing, and I have like faint imagination flickers, but it's just me reading words. So this second time around, it's much easier to like really like put a picture with the story. 50 minutes left. Golly. Wow, what are we, chapter 9? Chapter 9. But yeah, also, I mean, I'll just keep shilling this to everybody. Friends new and old. We have a fantastic community Discord. Lots of Trails love. Lots of RPG love. Food, drink, the whole shebang. Like, we're a family, dude. I mean, I know probably everybody else says that, but we are, man. And we're a very welcoming family. So anybody and everybody is more than welcome to come on in if you would like to. There is also some culture, if you catch my drift. I start work at 10, so I can't download before I leave? No. My life has been blessed ever since oh, dude, Dark Fantasy Realms, don't you say that. Nah. Please don't. But then I'll follow up by saying that it's been a blessing that I've had the opportunity to connect with all of you. You know, for real. It's it goes beyond like being on here. You know what I'm saying? Like it goes beyond just being live. Just you know, like we're all friends, like we're all family. Lothars, what's good, big dog? We only sacrifice the occasional newcomer. Getting too sappy for a Neo stream? It happens. It does, man. It's because I don't take this for granted, man. I don't take life for granted, you know? And I'm just thankful to be in the here and the now and to have the ability to have this opportunity, to have this platform to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's I'm thankful for it, man. You wear your emotions on your sleeve and it's great? I sure do. It's probably a fault of mine, but I can't help it. I certainly feel awkward as someone who joined today. You might be the one getting sacrificed. Just kidding. The Trail series is something special to me as my favorite game series. Unfortunate and a blessing not many people know about it. How fun it is. It is. Same here, man. Trails is unlike anything I've ever experienced, and I hold it very near and dear to my heart. Definitely my favorite series. Xenoblade 2. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is my favorite game, though. All right, step right up into this altar here. We'll play Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. The fact that an outlet is as popular by most as IGN reviewed it, like, that's pretty fucking good in my opinion. Xenoblade 2 I enjoyed much more than 3. I feel 3 fell short with the villain at the end. Bro. Atlas? We are brothers. Simpatico. Yeah, I like 3 a lot. 2 is my favorite, though. The fact that I'm this hyped for a game I've already played tells you all you need to know. Facts. I started FC back in 2020, was hooked from the prologue, and got here at a meticulous pace. Dude, I was hooked. Some of the pacing in FC for me was a little bit slow at first, but then it was that curveball at the end that just absolutely sent me to fucking outer space. I was like, wow, okay. Pray that I finish Azure today. I think I already said it in a YouTube comment today, but I'm on chapter 5. Do not like Arios anymore. Arios, dickhead. I did do my duty and brought the PS5 $200 limited edition version, but I'm downloading a copy today as well. That's the way to be, dog. Okay, so we got chapter 9. We got 2 more chapters. What time is it? We got 45 minutes. I can confidently say you will not finish Azure today. All right, we got 45 minutes. Do I have control? Sure do. Anger and analysis. 9. 3 ran over to her, his voice hoarse with agony and grief. Her forehead, hands, legs, her entire body was stained with blood, dripping from 1,000 scratches and cuts. It was a fate far too cruel for such a young girl. No matter how many times 3 called out to her, she didn't respond. He had sworn to protect her. He had promised himself, promised her. But now, 3 felt himself overcome by shame and regret. I'm too weak, he thought to himself. Too weak to help anyone. Too weak to save anyone. As if to seize upon his distress, the Emperor spoke once more. So, one of you made it. Now be wise and stop this here. Deliver the final blow and be spared, just as you did before. At those words, 3 felt a creaking in his mind. It was harsh, like the sound of metal scraping against metal. Surely a girl like her would derive a warped satisfaction from being killed by the same one who took her brother. The Emperor's mouth twisted into a perverse smile. The depravity in his eyes, clear, even though the shadow cast by his helmet. It was in that moment that something snapped inside of 3. Die! He exploded as if the boundless rage coursing through his veins had at last found an outlet. His legs and arms snapped into operation. A primal rumble burst from his throat. His bones creaked and his blood boiled. Pure fury ignited his entire body, inciting it into action, and before he knew it, he had launched himself at the Emperor. He unleashed a whirlwind of attacks, his strikes faster and more powerful than ever before. The Emperor met the change head on, altering gravity as he went, but 3 but 3 adapted to each shift almost as fast as they came. His body was running on pure instinct, honing his senses to a razor-sharp edge and giving him almost preternatural adaptability. The Emperor, on the other hand, found himself working harder and harder to handle 3's hail of blows. He managed to block the oncoming strikes, but his attacker showed no sign of slowing down. Like a wild dog, the Emperor sneered. A tool with a will of its own is a useless thing to be sure, but seeing you frothing at the mouth like this is pathetic beyond measure. You truly are fated to die as you lived, a mere thing. Even in the face of 3's enraged onslaught, the Emperor had hardly taken any damage at all. He still held all the cards. 3 was little more than an annoyance, like a flea biting a wolf. 3's thoughts bubbled back up to the surface. He found himself remembering something 9 had said. It was his natural sense of composure that allowed him to recall such a timely memory, composure he did not possess 3 years ago. He continued to let his anger drive his body, but maintained a calm mind, not allowing his thoughts to slip away in his rage. He could have stopped himself at any time, but he found his rage beneficial and wielded it ably, as though it was simply another weapon available to him. 3 himself was unaware of this, but such an ability to not only control one's emotions, but turn them into power was rare indeed. It was a skill that did not come easily to even the greatest warriors, yet 3 had managed to master such a complicated concept at this young age. Armor that absorbs the force imparted by attacks the moment they are received. That was how 9 described the Emperor's armor. Sure enough, just as she described, no matter how many strikes 3 launched, nothing seemed to get through. It was then that realization dawned on him. If the armor was immune to external force, then what he needed to do was induce internal force. Anyone else may have given up at this point, but 3 scarcely could imagine a more suitable target for his unique skills. He combined his blades into one, squaring off against the Emperor yet again. The defining characteristic of 3's weapons was their ability to internally induce an art-based explosion in their target. To do so, he needed to strike the same point with each blade separately, and then a third time in their fused form. By this point, he had already landed a number of hits on the Emperor's armor, and, luckily for 3, a decent amount of those hits overlapped. All that remained was the final step in the process, making contact with those intersecting points using his fused sword. 3 attacked the Emperor with the same rage and power as before. This time, though, he failed to land a single hit. He was just a hair's breadth off every single time. The first steps in his weapons process were relatively simple. He simply needed to land a strike with each weapon, creating 2 perpendicular lines that would paint a target for the orbment. The next part, however, was far more difficult. He needed to use the fused blade to hit the precise point where the 2 lines intersected. This was a much smaller target area, making the task that much more demanding. Still, 3 was confident in his aim and knew that he had the dexterity to pull it off. In spite of his skill and confidence, however, he continually found himself failing to land the decisive hit. The Emperor cackled into light as he watched 3 struggle. To him, 3's plight was nothing short of pure comedy.
I know my tools inside and out,
He said, a dark grin spreading across his face.
Your methods of attack, how your weapons work. I understand these things even better than you.
As if proving the Emperor's point, 3's next attack fell short as well. The Emperor launched a counterattack with his staff, swung at the perfect angle. 3 had figured out his foe's tricks. Right before each of his attacks would land, the Emperor would make a subtle change to his gravity. His timing was exquisite, and the trick was executed in such a way that 3 had no time to correct the angle of his sword. Further, the gravity wave emitted by the Emperor's scepter did nothing at all when it failed to connect but if it did, the resulting damage would be enormous. Thus far, 3 had been able to evade or turn away each incoming swing, but he knew it was only because the Emperor was allowing it. He had yet to land a single effective attack, and the wear on both his weapons and his body was steadily mounting. The outcome of the battle seemed clear, and by all appearance, there was nothing that could change its course. Thanks to his impeccable defense, the Emperor was nearly unscathed, whereas 3 was barely holding on, looking more and more like he could collapse at any moment. Excuse me. In between clashes, a momentary calm settled over the battlefield as 3 was weighing his options. A voice broke the silence. It was a lazy drawl, one that 3 had heard many times over the past year. Analysis complete. 9 struggled to her feet, looking as though she could fall back at any moment.
How?
The Emperor's genuine shock escaped his mouth in a low hiss. 9, you're okay, 3 exclaimed. At once, he understood what had happened. 9 hadn't fallen unconscious, she had simply feigned doing so in order to analyze the Emperor in secret. She had given 3 no indication of her plan whatsoever. After all, she had done so, the Emperor may very well have caught on to her plan. Just fine, she responds. I used my thread to cushion the blow of the boulders by shredding them into smaller pieces. In the end, the rocks barely scratched me. Judging by the amount of blood that covered her, it would have been clear to anyone that this was far from the truth, but the fact remained that she was both alive and conscious. 3 disengaged from the Emperor and moved closer to 9, making sure to keep his eyes trained on his foe as he did so. There's a moment where he's unable to respond to anything, she explained. That's his power's fatal weakness. What do you mean? His gravitational manipulation doesn't require casting like an art would, but after he uses it, there's a period of time of about a second before he's able to use it again. That's why he wasn't able to immediately prevent the falling rocks from burying him earlier. But the way he's changing gravity is so precise, 3 said, thinking back onto their battle. How could he have managed that? He was just reading your movements, S. He knows how you fight like the back of his hand. Wait, what? 3 exclaimed, the surprise in his voice clear. It's true, 9 responded. The way he manipulated gravity is determined before you even start your swings. He knows you well enough to predict everything you'll do. Is that even possible? 3 asked, his mind racing. Sure is, 9 continued. And he's not using an artifact for it either. His mind just works that quickly. He's a total monster through and through. The Emperor let out a chuckle. A sound analysis, but it will avail you nothing. I know your techniques inside and out. The same speed, the same power, the same angles, each and every time. There is no possible way you can undo years of the habits we've so painstakingly carved into you. 9 looked up at him knowingly. Right, he acknowledged. Let's do this. The duo nodded in agreement and turned to face the Emperor once more. 3 charged at him, renewing his previous assault. He raised his swords overhead, attacking at a high angle. The Emperor dodged it effortlessly and set forth a counterattack. Their deadly dance continued as before, but as things were, both sides knew where it would ultimately lead. The Emperor sensed an incoming attack and prepared to manipulate gravity. Just as predicted, 3 attacked a half step faster, aiming for one of the spots in the armor that had been previously marked. As the sword raced towards its target, gravity shifted and the sword's trajectory was also altered. Despite this, it somehow continued on its original path regardless, as if the altered gravity had been predicted and compensated for. Impossible! The Emperor muttered under his breath. He hastily jerked his body out of the blade's trajectory with hardly a second to spare. 3's movements had changed somehow. As the Emperor mulled the changing situation over, 3's next attack came speeding in. The Emperor again predicted the speed and trajectory and manipulated gravity accordingly. However, Boom. A muffled explosion rang out, and the Emperor felt his armor crack and pain course through his left arm. Boom.
What?
Another flash. Boom. His right leg was now damaged as well. The Emperor was at an utter loss. 3 had managed to correctly predict his special manipulation? Spatial, not special. How was he suddenly able to alter his strikes to compensate for the gravity? Had the analyzer been analyzed himself? Cursing 3's name, the Emperor's thoughts grew frantic. As he desperately looked around for a clue, he realized that what was actually happening. He glimpsed a number of barely visible cords extending from 3's body. Naturally, 9 stood at the other end, controlling them. She was pulling him to and fro like a marionette, but was instead nudging his attack slightly, guiding his direction, timing, and angle to create the perfect strike. The Emperor may have been predicting 3's attacks and making adjustments, but 9 was doing the same to him in turn. It was her guidance that allowed 3 to score direct hit after direct hit. Her superior intellect was, of course, a major reason why this was possible, but her relationship with 3 was their true secret weapon. The two knew each other better than anyone in the world, which allowed her to predict his reactions and movements with incredible accuracy. She used her natural understanding to her partner to help him adapt to his combat style to fit the situation at hand. In that sense, the secret behind the upper hand they had suddenly gained was as simple as could be.
You little wench!
The Emperor let out an enraged growl laced with bitter hatred. Neither 3 nor 9 had ever seen him like this before. He tried to launch the same rocky onslaught at 9 that he had before, but found himself bereft of munitions. He could not be sure when it happened, but at some point the duo had led him to a different part of the area, one where he no longer could weaponize the terrain. With furious bloodlust, he lowered the gravity near him and rushed at 9. Finally, she smirked. I've been waiting. A giant boulder appeared in the air above the Emperor, likely due to an art 9 had cast. The Emperor was unimpressed, however, at being subjected to the same attack twice. This time around, it even lacked the elements of surprise. He easily shattered the incoming boulder with his staff once it entered his area of reduced gravity. But it was in this flippant display of arrogance that sealed his fate. As the piece of the boulder rained down around him, he found himself face to face with a plush toy rabbit, one that had been hidden within the boulder.
No!
He exclaimed, knowing full well it was no mere toy. His realization came too late, however. With a massive bang, the rabbit detonated. Light and heat washed over the Emperor, and his legs buckled under the force. Just then, another explosion went off in his back. 3 had landed a solid hit on his chest armor, and the resulting blast had blown it clear off his body. This is the end, 3 said quietly. The black-hearted Emperor's armor had been destroyed, and 3's blade had found its bloody mark. Doc, it's so good. It's such a great fucking story, man. Like, and again, like, just to have context of having already read it one time already, it's so good, man. Holy shit, dude. Rush, what's up, man? How are you? Porkers, thank you very much for the follow, bud. Welcome to Britopia. Good to meet you, dude. Welcome in. Happy time zones. And Dawn GD, thank you very, very much for the follow as well, dude. Welcome in. Pleasure to meet you. Been an eternity since the last I've been here. How are you? Looking forward to Reverie? Oh, what's Reverie? Mr. JRPG, good morning! Yeah, okay, we got 30 minutes. We'll take a little time to talk. We got our last chapter. Chapter 10, SNN. Here we are. Doing already, been busy with 14. How's 14 treating you, dude? I'm gonna hydrate very soon. Very soon. Yeah, so after we finish, okay, so here's the deal. Here's what we're gonna do, because it'll be right around 1 o'clock by the time we finish this, right? And yeah, we're just gonna go right into the giveaway. We'll probably end stream. I'll get a quick snack while the game is downloading. I'll get new overlay, all that jazz, up and at 'em, ready to go. And then we'll fire things back up. Beat the main story of Shadowbringers. Not gonna lie, this game be dope as fuck. I still haven't finished it. Practically up there with Xenoblade. Hell yeah, dog. Yeah, and I still haven't even finished it. Hell in the Wrath, 30 whole minutes. I'm not patient enough to call my weight. I don't know what to do. Hell, you're like the rest of us, for sure. Yeah, post-patch. I think I made it to, I think it was 5.2 something or other. It's been a while. But I don't know, dude. I still think Heaven's Ward is like my favorite expansion. It was really fucking good. Huzzah, more emotional pain? It's a thing, dog, for sure. I loved Heaven's Ward. It stuck really well. Okay, yeah, so we got like 20 some odd minutes. Okay, bathroom break. BRB, promise! All right. Final chapter. Here we go. Chapter 10, SNN. Literally the worst ever? No, you're not, but thank you very much. How's it going, dude? All right. The Emperor had fallen to his knees, Three's sword protruding from his chest. He looked up at the sky and gave a dry, bitter laugh. Found some humor in your end, have you? Asked Three. To think you two would best me, the Emperor said, his voice weak. I admit it. I underestimated you. You are, by far, the most masterful tools I have ever had the pleasure of owning. Enough! We're not your tools any longer, Three said, gripping his sword, preparing himself to silence the Emperor forever. So he thought to himself, the moment to kill had come yet again. The thing he hated most. The thing that would never grow accustomed to. Things were different this time, given that the man who stole away his humanity in the first place now sat at the end of his sword, but that didn't stop Three's hand from trembling. S? Nine said gently, moving closer. We'll do it together, okay? Her typically light and relaxed expression was now serious and sincere. Okay, Three responded. This was it. The moment where the two would put their tragic past to rest. Nine placed her hands on Three's, steadying his weapon. Her warmth abated his trembling ever so slightly. They moved to raise the sword together. In response, the Emperor spoke once more.
Every arch of your path thus far has been stained with blood, just as the rest of your lives shall be. Your fates are immutable. Kill or be killed, control or be controlled. You will end up no different than I. We will ever be one and the same.
You're wrong, said 9. We're no longer anyone's tools, and we'll never force anyone to be ours. After this, we're done, said 3. You're the last person we're going to kill. The two took a deep breath and spoke in unison. Farewell. Off in some far-flung region of Calvert, a horse-drawn carriage plodded along. Aside from trains, most terrestrial transportation had long since switched to orbital cars, so such an old-fashioned mode of travel was a rare sight to see. The more rustic method did have its certain undeniable charm, however. A boy drove the carriage while a young girl of about the same age lazed about within. It makes you wonder how he got that way, the boy said, thinking back to the Emperor's face, the one that had been obscured by both cloak and helmet. His appearance had been a poor fit for his monstrous behavior. If anything, he had been rather handsome. Well, if you don't mind rumors and hearsay, I might have an answer or two for you. The girl's response came from within the carriage, delivered in her usual sleepy drawl. I'm listening. Well... The girl's story went something like this. A story within a story within a story. It's Trailception, folks. In a small country in some corner of the world, there once lived a vile, oppressive king. His reign was tyrannical, his rule evil, and his people lived in fear. One day he died, and his son, the crown prince, was enthroned. The prince, this new king, was, at his core, a kind and gentle soul who strove to govern in a fair and just manner. He was determined to avoid his father's errors, but perhaps because they were too accustomed to fear, no one met his new king's ideas with an open mind. Free assembly and speech had already been brutally suppressed during his father's reign, and the people's rage had already reached a boiling point. Violent voices grew louder and louder, eventually resulting in a revolution. The Revolutionary Army launched an assault on the royal palace and forcibly converted the country into a republic, holding the new king accountable for his father's sins. Suddenly finding his life at risk, he had no choice but to flee, leaving behind his country and his entire way of life. You're telling me this prince eventually became an overseer? The boy asked, his brow wrinkling in thought as he turned the story over in his head. Who can say? Shrugged the girl. I don't know if a kingdom like that even existed in the first place. The girl rolled over to continue dozing as the carriage bumped and bounded its way along the road. Assuming this is more fact than fiction, then what? The boy asked. He was too kind and lost control of his kingdom, so he developed a powerful desire to control others? It's hard to believe. The boy trailed off. He had no intention of giving the overseer even a shred of sympathy, but strangely enough, he did find himself feeling a little pity for the man. The boy and girl fell silent for a few moments. The only sounds that could be heard were the clopping of the horse's hooves and the cracking of the carriage. The boy broke the silence. What is it? The girl raised her head from her nap. Her voice remained as relaxed as ever, but the boy's tone suddenly grew tense. Is there any chance you could ever forgive me? For what I did, or for what happened between me and your brother? No. The girl's response was swift and blunt. The boy fell silent. He had no right to scorn her answer. Never, she continued, because he was my brother and I loved him. He was the only real family I ever had. So? The girl paused for a moment, her cheeks flushed red, and then she continued in a much louder voice. So, if you want me to forgive you, you can't ever leave me. We need to stick together, through thick and thin, you and me, N and S. The boy smiled, his fear, a moment ago, having left him. Of course! We'll always be there for each other. I'll have your back and you'll have mine. The girl could barely contain the emotion swelling in her chest at this point. Unfortunately for her, the boy continued talking. I'll do my best to fill his shoes from now on, and that includes making sure that you get the education you need to grow into the best person you can be. This was, in fact, not the answer the girl had been looking for. I'm not talking about education, she exclaimed as she started violently shaking the carriage in frustration. But what could be more important? Hey, calm down. This thing can't take too much more abuse. It's rickety enough as it is. If you make it all fall apart, we'll have to walk the rest of the way. The girl settled back down, still not fully satisfied with his response, but resolved to leave things be before the moment. The topic changed again. So, any ideas? For the time being, their plan was to head to Liberl or Le Mans, just as the boy had initially planned. But where to from there? They had yet to give it much thought. They knew that they would be pursued by any number of people from the organization. Despite this, the two knew that as long as they stuck together, they'd find a way to manage. For the moment, they realized in the idea of an unknown future, a new path to tread, that was all of their own. In any case, we'll need to find some type of work, the boy said. Anything in mind? Well, he mused, a confident smile growing on his face. When we consider our skill set, how about something in theater? Not in your life, the girl swiftly retorted. Think about it, S, you're a terrible actor. Hey, I'm not that bad. I'm sure a play would be way less pressure than an assassination mission. A tad deflated, the boy sank back into his seat, but then threw out another idea, one somewhat more plausible than the last. I know! How about we become bracers? No way, the girl rejected the idea again, but with a bit less bite than before. I've heard they get super busy. No sense escaping one grave just to work yourself into another. There was also the question hanging in the air over whether the Bracer Guild would even consider taking on people with the duo's unique background. All things considered, however, it was the most outlandish idea. Fine, fine. What's your bright idea then? Me? The girl yawned. All I want to do is lay around in bed every day. Just sleep, sleep, sleep. You're ridiculous, the boy sighed. His face then lit up suddenly as he remembered something. Oh, right! What is it? Names, he said with a hint of excitement. I just realized we haven't shared our real names with each other. Oh, right. N is short for Nadia. That's my real name. Mine's Swin. Huh, the girl said, hiding a small smile. So S wasn't too far off then. Pretty crazy coincidence. There was a good reason her nickname for him had been so close to his real name. Her brother had mentioned it in one of his letters. She had known Swin's name before their paths even crossed. After they had worked together for a bit, she decided she wanted to call him by something that resembled his actual name rather than his organization moniker. This, however, was something she intended to keep to herself. Well, in the end, you'll always be S to me, and I'll always be N to you, right? Yeah, you're right. The carriage continued its slow roll forward, as did their conversation. It was profound at moments, but was otherwise silly, lighthearted, and most of all, free. The boy's name was Swin, S. The girl's name was Nadia, N. Together they were travelers. Travelers discovering their newfound humanity. The end. Whew, bravo. Ah, my beautiful wife! Hi, babe. I love you. Sorry. We just finished up 10 chapters. See, I'm a bookworm just like you. I just do it differently. Hey, round of applause for sure. 3 and 9 reread. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Babe, I love you. I hope you've been having a good morning. Did you see that crabs live in the ocean? Claps, perfect timing. We're after it. Arpenzero, thank you for the 20 months, dude. Appreciate it very much. 15 minutes, dude. Hell yeah, dog. We can do that all day long.
Give me a hell yeah. What? What?
Let's go! Man, we're almost there. So you want to do the giveaway right now? Might as well, all right. Perfect timing. We have 15 minutes. All right. Just finished 16. Ready for Reverie now? Arpanzero. Congrats, bro. Okay, so here's the skinny. I'll give everybody another 4 minutes. So we'll go. My wife goes, "Are you pooping?" No, I'm just reading intently, honey. I love you. Buy your tickets there. Get them all. Get them while you can. I'll give everybody 4 minutes, so that'll bring us to 12:50, roughly 12:50. And then at 12:50, we'll do the drawing. Like I said, whoever wins, if we're not friends on Steam, make sure we're friends on Steam. Send me a friend request if you have not. And then as the game downloads, hopefully I can get your copy sent to you. How's that sound? Limoncello's already maxed at 5 hundo. Zach got his tickets. Good. Everybody get him. Get him, 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 get him. Get them all. Limoncello's got all 5 hundo. Imagine that. That's a humble flex. Is it just Neomatter on Steam? Yeah, it sure is. Sure is, fella. It should be in Discord too. If you click my name, it should have it connected on there, like a quick link. Looks at my 1 ticket, Dan, you're gonna win. How do I know how much Mira I have? I can't even tell. Nightblight, if you press ! Mira, that'll bring up your balance. I'm in danger. Gotta cook these books in my favor. Yo, let's go. Oh yeah, so Nightblight, you can buy a couple of tickets, fam. Now Nightblight, if you enter ! giveaway, that'll bring you the public link, and you click that, and then you get all your tickets. Easy peasy. Yeah, Arcadia, that doesn't work. You can't, you just have to, like, enter a number after ! ticket. Big money, no whammy. Let's go. I'll just go ahead and add you now since I'm gonna win. Do it! My 15 tickets are ready. Yo, I'm ready for everybody. 2 minutes! 2 minutes to midnight. That's great. Great Iron Maiden song, in my opinion. Yeah, so we'll do the giveaway. We'll take a break. I'll get a quick bite. The game will be downloading, and then we'll get everything rip-roaring and ready to go. Almost 5,000 tickets. Good luck, y'all. Yo, way to be. 5 lucky tickets. Let's get it. Perfect since my meeting's in 10 minutes. Bingo. Bingo, baby! 1 minute. 1 minute. Get your tickets now. If you want them, get them. If you got them, hold them close. Hold them close. Let's do it. How much is per ticket? I want to use all of it. 500. 500 Mira. So now, how can I do this? Can we do this? Yeah. There we go. You guys will just watch all the behind the scenes. What is it under? Loyalty giveaways. There it is. Man, everybody, get them. Get them. Got them good. Which is... Nope, that's not it. We still want the book. There's a dark screen? That's no good. What happened? I don't know. We'll call it operator error. No big deal. Cozy. All right, everybody ready? My immersion? Sorry, fam. All right, everybody ready? Rip on and ready to go? Okay, we're ending it. 5,098 tickets. We're going to close the giveaway. Are you ready? Good luck, everybody. I love you guys. Okay. This one right here. Here it is. It's this big one right here. It's the big one. How much time we got left? Just dragging it out. No big deal. Yahtzee! All right, here we go. You ready? Do we want to do a countdown? In 5, 4, 3. Oh, I need a sip of coffee. My bad. All right, are we ready? For real this time. 3, 2, 1, go. Ethan RPG, winner chicken dinner. Had an 8.32% chance to win. Congratulations. It was a troll sip for sure. Hey, Ethan, congrats, man. For realsies. Yeah, is Ethan here? Yeah, he's got to be here. That's the thing. Oh, there he is! All right. Hey, congrats, big dog. Alicization, pleasure to meet you. Sorry, I saw that come through earlier and I didn't welcome you to the community, so welcome in. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks for being here. Congrats, Ethan. And are we friends on Steam? We should be, right? I think we are. If not, add me on Steam, big dog. Yes, we are. Bingo. All right, cool. Hey, that was great, you guys. Loved it. Love it. Bingo, bango. This is all part of the ploy to have more Steam friends. You're right. I just need to keep tabs on what everybody's playing. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, everybody. Hey, that was a great rereading of 3 and 9. We're gonna take a quick, like, a little bit of a breather. We're gonna do lunch. We're gonna download the game client. Ethan, I'm gonna get that sent to you. And yeah, man, let's get after it. So I'll see you guys shortly. This is it for me. Time to disappear until the end of Reverie. See you all on the other side. May all of your expectations of this game be met and more. I will reemerge when my Leviathan of a Falcom video is done in the year 2045. Looking forward to it, bro. Love you. Pizza. Hey, I love all you guys. Thank you very, very much. And yeah, we'll take a little step away for a few, get some lunch, get refueled, make sure Walter's good to go, and then we'll be back with Trails into Reverie. Imagine that. It's been a long time coming. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.
Acknowledged.